The biggest season in the history of NIU football kicks off today as this Husky squad, coming off a playoff appearance where they took Alabama to the limit on the road. They did not get the job done, but here they are moving to the Big Ten Conference for the first time, where they get to join the likes of Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, USC, Nebraska, and the Comella Twins, JJ, TJ, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Expectations are high. Jalynne comes in as one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy this year, alongside Roxy Kennedy coming back for a senior season, Marvin Booker his second year as quarterback at the Huskies, and we take on Oregon State to kick off our season for the first time ever. The Huskies come into the season top 25, and not only that, they're number 10 in the nation, already a potential playoff team, as Roxy Kennedy gets a first down carry, as it's going to quickly start to pick up. We won't have to wait long before we get into action against Big Ten opponents, but Oregon State, they're not the easiest team in the world, but they are going to be one of the worst teams we play all year, which is a very stark contrast to what we dealt with in the MAC. As a pass up top, Seti Elmira breaks a tackle. Elmira inside the 5, and a great start for the Huskies drive to the 1-yard line, handing it off. Roxy Kennedy, touchdown. And a quick start for the Huskies. Kennedy coming off a 1,000-plus yard season for the second time in his career, looking to do it for a third year, as now Oregon State taking over. And despite a win in their first game of the year, a very big underdog in this matchup on the road. We're going to see just how high can this Husky squad climb. It's a big shot down the middle. You can see running right by the Big Ten logo on the field. First time we've ever got to paint that on our field, as they run to the outside. Keeper for the quarterback stop. Good makes the play for a loss. It'll be third down and 12, as with the man in motion, they clear out the backfield throw. Quick slant, and Aurelius Aritz gets him down shy. 4th and 3. They're going for it. A bold call, and it's gonna work out. Inside the 5 goes the Beavers as they move ahead to second down and goal. Stretch left, running back, got in, touchdown, and a response from Oregon State. So they come out on their first drive of the season and they deliver, as now NIU takes over. The scripting is off the table now. Both teams had probably their first drive mapped out for quite a while. Now we're ready to really play some football here, as they throw to the outside for Kennedy on the check down. And that will be 6 yards. 1 minute to play in the first quarter. Booker, third down, as he will go wide open over the middle. Roxy Kennedy lined up in the slot, and he is just so wide open. They lost him. Now play action. Booker will roll left. Booker's just going to keep it himself. Maybe could have tried to find Elmira there instead. We'll go to the second quarter after that scramble. Second down as they go Leane's away. And Jalynne will set us up with a 10-yard gain. Third down and 2. Toss it out. Kennedy cuts it up the middle and gets just enough for the first down. Booker to the air this time. Rolling left. Booker, will he throw it? Yes, he will. Gets it to Kennedy shy. 2 yards out from the end zone. Shotgun formation, and a wide open Seti Elmira. Touchdown. Huskies, 2 drives, 2 touchdowns, and we'll see if Oregon State can respond like they did on their first drive. But quickly they find themselves third down and long. Deep ball, testing, Westbrooks, incomplete, knocked away, and we have a very special moment here. Martin Elena steps out onto the field, and Martin Elena will take a carry. His first in almost 2 years, and Martin Elena has a big first down run. You can see the knee brace there after a big time injury in a practice 2 years ago, almost fully 2 years ago at this point. He is back playing. He's going to be eased in. He is the number 2 running back. Obviously, Roxy Kennedy is going to take the majority of the carries. Lee Orlando went pro. We were hoping we could have him for another season. Unfortunately not. So don't expect Martin Atlanta to have anything more than maybe like 5 touches a game. But still, we're going to ease him in, see how he operates with the knee injury. But for now, it'll be Roxy Kennedy carrying this team to the 2-yard line as Booker throws it, and so Jalynne starts off his season with a touchdown. And Leane easily could have went pro this past season. He was very much in line to be a second round pick, maybe even could have snuck into the first round, but he wanted to come back for another season. He was very loyal to this program, and we're very thankful for that. So we're going to see just how much he can really just tear apart the college football world against top-tier competition, as NIU, with the 3 drives in a row with touchdowns, the defense, that is kind of the big determining factor of how good this team will be. If they are struggling at times like they did last year against certain MAC opponents, allowing 30-plus points, it's going to be rough when we take on these Big Ten opponents, but can they play better here? A 4th down opportunity, and filling the gap is good, and a tackle shy of the line, and we'll take over with the wide open man down the field. First play of the drive, play action, shot, Jalynne, Leane, take a bow. That's your 2nd straight touchdown on 2 straight drives, and NIU's offense firing off on every cylinder you can imagine. 28-7 in the 2nd quarter, and ball almost picked off. It'll be 4th down though, and Oregon State's gotten nothing since that first drive, as now we give it to Leane on a run and around it. Jalynne Leane, love giving him an occasional carry, maybe once every game or every other game, as Roxy Kennedy now taking it carries. He's getting us to enemy territory. 2nd down and 8. Booker wide open. Seti Elmira underneath, and Elmira really emerging as this team's number 2 go-to pass catcher outside of Leane. As over the middle, don't forget Miles Kendrick, who has spent now all years of his career being a starting wide receiver on this team, as he passes into the end zone, picked off. And a rare mistake from Booker this game. That's actually his first pass that's going to be going down as an incompletion. So Booker was like 17 of 17, but unfortunately a pick there is going to take us to halftime, but not before one last play where Masarena Alea catches an interception at the buzzer. Nice little stat pad there, but Marvin Booker had came out incredibly. It was, I think, 17 of 17 in a row, and was just torching this team. So technically he still hadn't had a ball hit the ground, but eventually that will happen, as he's not going to go complete every single one of his passes to somebody. As look at Stuart Sullivan getting in there, tackle for losses. Will it be another 3 and out for the Beavers? Yes, it will. Sack Frank Stye, another long-term starter on this team, senior Frank Stye, who's filled in so nicely, been a mainstay, consistent player. And speaking of consistent, Obama, who has taken over the return duties after Martin Elena's injury. He's going to stay with them. Martin Elena don't want to risk him on returning kicks, and he's not as fast as he used to be, so it's going to still remain his job as Marvin Booker. QB draw right at the goal line, and another touchdown. Make it 35-7. And running away with this game. I don't think Oregon State was ready for this. Pass up top. It's intercepted, and we're going to catch you with the highlights. Aurelius Aritz with the pick. He's had a nice game. Had a couple of near picks, and now he gets one there. Aritz really broke out last year, especially coming up with some great plays. He was one of our best defenders, and the secondary is coming together beautifully as they go draw play. Roxy Kennedy right up the middle. Kennedy goes on another double-digit yard run as Kennedy still in the backfield. They'll go dive right up the middle. Kennedy is just running through this defense for another 10 yards. How about Martin Elena checking in the game? And Elena, we want to get him into the end zone. And Martin Elena checks back out. Kennedy in, flag down. It's offsides. But regardless, it don't matter. It's a touchdown for Roxy Kennedy. So the offsides will be declined. Make it 42-7 as we get the ball back late in this 3rd quarter. Catching you, like I said, with the highlights as Roxy Kennedy all the way. 42-yard run. He's over 100 yards as we go to the 4th quarter. And here comes Martin Elena on the carry. Martin Elena in for the touchdown. And Elena immediately going to run to celebrate with the team. And Martin Elena got a touchdown after everything he's been through. We're happy to see him on the field succeeding. Yet another quick stop for the defense as the starters are going to wrap up business here. Leane on a nice grab will get him to 121 yards. The backups have checked in. J.D. DeVoe in the game, and DeVoe on the keeper, and even J.D. DeVoe, 43-yard rushing touchdown for J.D. Everybody's getting in on the action here. 55-7, make it 56 with the extra point. 5 minutes to play, first play on the next drive. Oregon State can't do anything right. Shaq Alba with the pick, and NIU, I think they're gonna pour it on one more time to the 1-yard line. Quick throw, it's Alex Izzian, a little 5'6" receiver who's been on the team a few years. That's his first career catch, and it's a touchdown. Game over, 63-7, in one of the most dominant games in NIU history. Kennedy goes for 100+. Booker for 4 touchdowns, completes over 90% of his passes, 3 sacks for the defense, and 3 picks for the defense. As we go over now to look at some more rushing production, this time in the world of high school football, and a player that we are fascinated by, running back Jalynne Coley. For the first time, NIU is going to be really outsourcing some high-tier prospects. It's not something we're used to. 4-star running back, though. Jalynne Coley comes out here as just a absolute tank. He's 5'11", 246 pounds, and this is a linebacker who turned running back. But, you know, we've seen this story before where some linebackers end up playing running back. They play both ways, and they kind of lack a lot of lateral movement ability. He's actually a sneaky good mover for his size, and I think there's one player that comes to mind when I think of Jalynne Coley, and that is Brandon Jacobs for the Giants many years back, a just certified tank of a runner who just bulldozes everybody in front of him. He also has some fullback usage, goal line possibilities to him as well. The problem is, of course, when you got a near 250-pound running back, he's not going to be the fastest player in the world, and I do think there are also times where he tries to seek out contact a little too much instead of maybe go in the more conventional direction or hitting the right hole or trying to go wide in certain areas. He'll just seek out contact because he wants to run through people, and he has all the confidence in the world to say that any defensive back who gets in his way will be put on their back. It's not always like that, though. There are some, big-time safeties and some linebackers at the next level who will be able to meet him. He's not going to be this indestructible tank of a player who will never be tackled, so there are times where he needs to get a little bit smarter there. Also, he can't catch really at all. I mean, he was a linebacker, a fullback, a power goal linebacker. He's never really had to catch the ball, and anytime they have gone to pass catching situations, he gets off the field. He's never had to line up out wide because he's not much of a matchup threat in the slot or out wide or anything like that. But he's a really fun player, and for a team that has Roxy Kennedy, a powerful back, this team has had power backs before and has really rocked with them for years now, and Martin Leane even making the transition to a more power style running back. He is a great fit for us, and for a team that also, the nose for the end zone, it's massive because this team's going to be losing Roxy Kennedy. We don't have that guy to really punch it in at the goal line next year and years going forward, so maybe Jalynne Coley at the very least could earn himself some good play time early in his career as a freshman, sophomore, getting to be a goal line short yardage back for this team, as we will head on to a huge Week 2 game. This is the Big Ten opener, and they did not waste any time giving us a heavy-hitting opponent. NIU at home for their first ever Big Ten game, and it will be up against a ranked opponent. UCLA 1-0 versus 1-0. NIU moved up to 8 in the polls, whereas UCLA sitting here at number 20, but they are an incredible team, as taking the field first will be this Husky offense. You can see the running back. It's a massive showdown. Roxy versus Sky Priestley, as NIU 8 straight regular season wins, trying to make it 9 as the Huskies 3rd down and 10 early on after the incomplete from Booker. As Booker steps up, throws it. That's Leanne's way, spins out, and gets the first down, and Jayla Leane getting this team past the sticks as we go to the 48-yard line. Open, Kendrick in between the zones, and he falls forward to the 35. Left tackle Cortez Cook banged up on that play. Kind of brutal, but we'll give it to Roxy Kennedy, and it is Roxy 35 yards. That hole was opened up beautifully by the offensive line. No one was there. And I really do think this game could come down to whichever running back plays better, Priestley or Kennedy. And right now, Kennedy takes the early nod. 3rd down and 11 for UCLA. Throw it down the middle. It's good. Jumping in front. Picked off. And what a start to the season for good. He has filled in at linebacker beautifully and now has us at the 24-yard line, already up 7-0. And NIU coming out heavy hitting defense, heavy hitting offense. They want to show that they belong here in the Big Ten, as Jalynne Leane will have a 9-yarder there. 3rd down and 1. They go to Taj Marcus. He stops shy. 4th and inches, going for direct snap to Kennedy. Just enough for the 1st down. And at the 14-yard line, Booker gets the blitz picked up by Kennedy. Gave him enough time to find Seti Almira for 4. 3rd down and 6 in the shotgun. Booker is going to find his man. Almira up top. Set it for the touchdown. 14-0 UCLA in the first 4 minutes has not had any answers. As 3rd down and 9, will it be a 3 and out as well? Deep ball, it could well be, and a Ritz knocks it away. And the Huskies, this is not the start people really expected. They thought there was a good chance that NIU would come out here and get absolutely just torched by this UCLA team and prove that, hey, they shouldn't have been moved up this quickly. But it's not going the way of UCLA, at least not until that play where they get a sack and get off the field on defense. Finally, something to be positive about for the Bruins. 8 yards there. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Run the ball. Priestley, 1st down. And a huge broken tackle there to get him to about midfield. 2nd down play action as they get a wide open tight end. And it'll be brought down by Shaq Alba for the 1st down, 39-yard line. High snap and they fake the draw. He'll go over the middle of the field and get him by Westbrooks is another 1st down. In the red zone now goes the Bruins. Slant route, got him inside the 5. And UCLA needs to respond, and they do. Touchdown. You didn't want to let this Husky team run away with it, because once they get out there and they're clicking, you see what happened against Oregon State. This offense can be unstoppable, as Kennedy will have 7 on the play. 1st quarter winding down. Here goes Martin Elena on the carry. Elena falls forward for the 1st down. He's trying to adjust to his new style of running as Booker play action. Seti in the flats, and Almira getting a lot of action here. 3rd down and 1. They'll go ground game, and it's blown up. If they had it maybe at a no gain, I think they would have considered going for it, but a 4-yard loss. They are going to end up punting the football away, and we are going to have to turn to our defense as they are going to go and get a sack. 3rd down and 9, and UCLA stepping up. He's got an open man, and the pass rush needed to be a little bit better on that play. Gave him too much time, too much opportunity, and Priestley with 1 minute to beat. Priestley out of bounds. Alba tracks him down, and a big run, as ever since that 35-yarder from Roxy, it hasn't been much. And on UCLA side, Priestley has really come out and started to get going a little bit, as he, one of the other best running backs in the nation. Sweeping to the outside. Priestley, defense swarms him. 3 there, and he goes down for a loss. 3rd down and 13. And now you sense the blitz, disrupts the pass in the end zone. Oh, it really is a Ritz, and the back corner picks it off. And they had that ball floated up there. Pass rush disrupted it. A Ritz making a special play on the ball, getting a foot in bounds, and picking it off in the end zone. 2 interceptions for a Ritz in the start of the season for him. As we go with the football now. Run. Kennedy lost 3 more as they go 2nd down and 13. Quick slant, and that's Herndon. Don't forget about Herndon, who is also a really talented player as well. His team is just full of playmakers. Play action. Booker rolling, throwing. That's Taj Marcus in the flats, and Marcus gonna see him sparingly, and he comes out there with a nice play as he got wide open, and Kennedy with the little cutback gets the 1st down, sheds a tackle, and Roxy has 14. 18-yard line now as the red zone opportunity once more for this Husky offense. Booker play action, finds Jalynne, and down to the 2. Goal to go, looking for that 14-point lead once again, and oh, it's a fumble! middle. They gave it to Roxy and he fumbled. It was held up. It looked like a defender came in and punched the football out. And that is brutal. You can maybe even argue his forward progress was stopped pretty decisively. They could have called that play dead, but they did, and they do like to let the players run out and play out their course, and it worked out for UCLA. They got a fumble, they got the ball back in a big swing here, especially if they can find themselves scoring before the half, and that's a nice low throw. They had Sarentine dropping back in coverage, rare thing that he does, as that ball, oh my goodness, what a one-handed grab! Unnecessary, but impressive nonetheless, as they go out to Priestley in the flats, breaking a tackle, and with 1 minute to play and clock running, they're at the 29-yard line. Swing it out. Priestley is gonna have it right at the line. They give him a first down. Timeout. We go to 28 seconds to go, and over the middle. This drive from UCLA has been amazing. If they could get it in for the end zone here, it would cap off a monumental end of the first half. 20 seconds to go and clock running. They're keeping that one timeout safe as they're gonna throw it short of the line, and he's out of bounds at the 4. 15 seconds to go, still a timeout as he'll throw with a lot of time, no pressure, no one at all. He'll run, touchdown UCLA. Will go into the half in a disappointing fashion if you are a fan of the Huskies. What would have been seemingly 21-7, now 14-14, and a spot where now UCLA and the Bruins have the football to start the second half. They go read option, and he can't get far. He'll lose 2 on the play. 3rd down and 4. To the air with a 4-man rush, and they got everybody covered. Now he's trying to dance around, move left, and throw out of bounds. Really felt like NIU needed that stop a little bit to see if they can get some momentum back on their side as Booker rolling out. He has some options, and he's going to finally throw it, and Herndon with the first down. He had all 3 guys to choose from. He goes Herndon now down the middle, diving grab, Leane, first down. And the handoff, Roxy has really just not gotten it going. The blocking's been a little spotty, and they're really selling out to stop the run. Booker up play action. Kennedy in the flats just gets rid of it for 2. Better than taking the sack, though. 3rd down and 9. Over the middle, Leane, first down. And Jalynne Leane keeps this drive moving. We're at the 16-yard line. And over the middle, Seti Almira leaps his way in. Touchdown, Huskies! And Seti Almira with another score. He's having one heck of a game. 21-14. Bruins back down. And Aritz! Oh, it's him again! It's a pick! Aurelius Aritz! First play of the drive. You throw it, you pick it off. And Aurelius Aritz with his 2nd of the day. Turnovers on both sides really changing things here as Leane with another 7 yards. It hasn't hit really many of the big plays to Leane, but he's had a lot of, 7 to 15 yarders, kind of just dicing them up wherever he gets his chances. Booker rolling left, got room to run, a lot of room. He'll have the first down. Yes, he will at the 7-yard line. Goal to go. Booker will throw. Got an open man. Herndon, touchdown. Huskies up by 14 for the 2nd time today, as with halfway through the 3rd quarter, here's Priestley getting a carry and a first down. Nice run. They go quick RPO, and another near first down. They'll give it to him after a review as they go Priestley outside. Priestley makes a miss, and there's Sky Priestley just playing incredibly. But can they keep it going on the ground? Eventually time's gonna run out, and the passing game's gotta stop turning it over and start hitting some big plays. Priestley up the middle. I guess they can do it all on his shoulders. He's near 100 yards on the day. Priestley gets it in. Touchdown. And Sky Priestley makes it a 28-21 game. Now we go to our top back, Roxy on the screen, and unable to make a tackle or miss. 3rd down and 7 after a 3-yard gain, and Almira right at the line, and they got it. First down. We go to the 4th quarter, and guess who's open? It's Seti Almira again. I guess they're really trying to make sure some of these other receivers can't hurt us, but they're letting Seti Almira just eat them alive right now. 3rd down and 7 once more. And that ball just, I feel like, slipped out of his hands. That was ugly. And Booker is going to have to walk off the field knowing that he had a chance to keep this drive going and maybe even get a 2-score lead. But that just happened, and that was brutal. As UCLA now taking over. Chance to tie this game. They go down the sidelines, and he dropped it. Huskies catch a break. 3rd down and 10. Now he's going deep again on a Ritz. Oh, what a catch! That wasn't even bad defense, just an incredible grab. And we're all tied up. Touchdown, Bruins. What a catch, and they just kept testing a Ritz, and I guess eventually you're going to get one to go your way, even if the coverage was good. Roxy finally finds a lane and gets a nice run to the 47. All tied with 6.5 to go. There's Leane and a 1st down at the 45-yard line. How about we go Leane's way again, gets a block, and Leane at the marker has another 1st down on the catch and run. 5 minutes to play. Design rollout. Booker, where is he going to go with it? To the end zone. Herndon can't bring it in. Just needed it a little bit more out in front. Booker to the play action now. He'll go back left side. And Kendrick short. 4th and 2. Field goal try is good. Huskies have a 31-28 lead. And the Bruins backed up their own 17. 4.5 to go as they'll start their drive with an 8-yard play. Design rollout left. He'll throw, got a lot of space, and along the sidelines he'll make the grab for the 1st down. As Bruins with another completion. You got to see what this decision making is going to be like for the Bruins. Will they try to just play for the tie? Will they get aggressive if they get a situation to go for the touchdown as already in field goal range? And well, I think they're going to be pretty dang aggressive at this point as they got plenty of time now with under 3 minutes to go. But Priestley over 100 yards and right back down under 100 as Prince Sarentine with a 3-yard loss. 3rd down and 5 over the middle, high ball, but it's railed in. And 1st and goal at the 3. Goal line package. Priestley stopped. 1-yard loss. They'll run out this clock to a 1.5 as they'll set up the screen. Priestley is stopped again. 3rd down and goal. NIU burns the timeout. Want the ball back. Priestley makes a move. They tried to keep him out, but he finds his way in. Bruins take the lead with 1:20 to go. Booker to the air. And what do you got here? He threw it. Oh, it's Lee. Picked off. No. He had him open, but he just sat on it too long, and it was a late throw, as that ball is actually going to be incomplete. That's a huge play. Huskies could still get the ball back as they'll throw outside. It's caught, and it'll be a timeout. 3rd down and 7, still a timeout, as they'll go end zone on top. Oh, come on, touchdown, Bruins. What a dagger shot, and the Bruins put up 21 in the 4th quarter to win the game. And devastating way to lose, as you had it up until the final 2 minutes, and we got to quickly move on after our first loss of the season. We go Everett Ivins on the defensive side. Maybe we can use some more edge rush help. Well, he is going to be out of Jersey City, and this is a guy who has overwhelming levels of power. He is the type of guy who will just constantly, relentlessly get to the quarterback. This is a dude who pressures are going to love him. That statistic is where he thrives, and he's got a motor that is second to none on his high school football team. He is able to just get in on every single play. And I mean, if you're looking for the weaknesses, I guess the first step is a little inconsistent. You wouldn't call him speedy off the edge. You wouldn't call him, dynamic in terms of athleticism. His strength is obviously really good, but in terms of his overall speed, you're not going to be expecting him to do a whole lot there. His acceleration, a little lacking. He's not some sort of special athlete, some, bendy, long-armed guy. He's a pretty normal player who's kind of just through hard work and effort and a lot of time in the gym has maximized every bit of talent that he has in his body. So a lot of teams are going to love that. He is a hard worker, but he looks lost at times in the run game. He is really just the type of guy who you kind of want to tee off at the quarterback and are going to see him just attack in that regard. So there are going to be tons of teams interested in him, of course, but you may be looking at the more limited upside. But Michigan, Ohio State, always looking for these types of pass rushers, of course. I definitely see a lot of maybe Jack Sawyer in his game at times, so I think Ohio State would be a really good fit for him as well. Syracuse, Clemson trying to go after him as well. NIU is distantly in the running, but maybe not odds-on favorites to get, and we'll see where he lands and if we're going to have to run into him down the line. We get to continue on with another Big Ten matchup, as we'll have some other non-conference games after this, but yeah, this is a little bit of a reality check for this Huskies squad. They came in riding high, really thinking that they were ready for the Big Ten, and they started off pretty hot, 14-0 on UCLA. Looked like they were going to even be able to extend their lead multiple times, and it just wasn't to be. Now falling to number 16 in the polls, still very much within the realms of a potential playoff team, but you can't go and lose again, especially not to an unranked Iowa squad. If you're going to be a legit contender, as good as Iowa is, and as much as you've struggled historically against this Iowa team, you've seen there, this Husky team is 1-10 all time against the Hawkeyes. These are the games you're expected to win. These are, I don't want to say easy, but these are the gimmies on the Big Ten schedule. And that's not even to disrespect Iowa. That's just to put over just how difficult this conference is. So you're expected to win these games. There are still a lot of people who don't believe that the Huskies should be in the Big Ten, and we have to make them believers. And the only way we can do that is by winning. As we have already started this game off pretty well, but we have been there already starting a game off good. We need to do it for 4 quarters. We can't play 3 good quarters. We have to play 4 good quarters against these schools. You can't afford the slip-ups like you can in the MAC. You can maybe play a bad drive or 2 in the MAC. You can't do that in the Big Ten, so we got to play our best football. 3rd down and 7, and an opportunity to convert here. Booker just going to get rid of the football. Incomplete. We'll take that and make it a field goal try. Just preserve the kick, and it's wide right. No good. And the Huskies start with a field goal miss, but the defense maybe has our backs here as another 3 and out. And I really got to say, the defense have had some good moments. Aurelius Ritz, I know he kind of got the game-ending play. He got beat on it, but Ritz has been awesome this year, as that is a lot of traffic there. No call, maybe just too far out of reach, but it's going to be another punt. And both these teams trading possessions with 0 points on the board so far in this first quarter. Typical Iowa football potentially, as will we fall into the category of playing Iowa as a 17-13 game, or maybe even in the single digits, or we will be able to find ourselves offensively against this team, as Leane has a 23-yarder. And there you go. We're looking for more plays like that. Roxy definitely fits in the Big Ten with the grinded out style on the ground, as they go Seti Almira's way. 4 yards, 3rd down and 1. They'll go Taj Marcus on the ground, and he'll have the 1st down. 43-yard line as we start the second quarter. Scoreless so far as he go Leane's way. He's got Roxy out in front with the block, and Jalynne to the 1. Leane all the way down, just a yard shy. Roxy throw the block for Leane, and then carries it into the end zone. 7-0 Husky lead, as the offense finally finding their footing in this one. Another hostile environment as well. I mean, even these schools like Iowa, who maybe aren't having the best of runs as of late in recent years, still hostile, sellout crowds every single week, and they are not going to make it easy for you, as Iowa run the football outside and tackle Frank Stye for a 4-yard loss, as the throw now from Iowa is going to be at the midfield stripe, and he'll run it forward for 10 yards. 44-yard line. 3rd down and 4. Hangs on. Alea delivered a shot, and he hangs on to the football for the first. Play action now, high to the tight end. And got to make sure we can cover these always productive Iowa tight ends. 2nd down and 3, and another run. They can't run it outside on this defense. They have too much speed, too much range. 3rd down and 7. A lot of time, though, and they're going to eventually find a tight end shy of the line by a yard, and they'll kick a field goal. It will be through the upright. 7-3, and taking over is the Huskies. Booker sacked. And that is just not good interior protection, though, as we throw it up top. Leane! Jalynne! Always there to make a big play. Roxy on the ground now, and Kennedy has 9 on the play. 37-yard line, as Booker off his back foot finds Herndon. and that'll be at the 25-yard line. So the offense moving it well again. Play action. Booker, who's he looking for? It's Leane. Oh, what a grab and a throw. That was perfect from Booker to the 3-yard line. Rolling out. Will he keep it? No, throw it back. City Elmira. Touchdown. Huskies. Another great drive, and Booker with some great throws there. Both ones along the sidelines to Leane, and then that play there, he kind of felt like he wasn't going to be able to beat him to the corner and run it in. It does it through the air, and Masarena Alea on the next drive with the interception. Alea, not somebody who's caused turnovers so far in his career, but now second interception already this season, and he is really starting to play his best football, and this secondary is looking scary. Shaq Alba's been a mainstay, and Westbrooks is a nice player. Ritz is becoming a turnover machine and really being up to the challenge, and now if Masarena Alea is going to start making big plays as well, you're looking at a really special secondary. We're looking at 47 seconds to play and still running the football. Roxy makes a move, step form, Kennedy to the 14, and taking our time, looking for a bigger lead, and zone, Leane, touchdown, Jalynne Leane, right at the pylon, almost crashed into that crate, but still hangs on, gets it in, and 21-3 your score, as that is just one heck of a second quarter, and what a way to respond if you're the Huskies after some criticism in the way you closed out that UCLA game. Now looking to keep things going as they had the football to start the half, and they go find Taj Marcus out of the backfield for a gain of double-digit yardage, and Leane on the end around. Jalynne Leane is just so hard to track down. He still manages to get 7 on that play. Booker will throw outside, and, well, guess who? Jalynne Leane's up to 150 on the day and having his biggest game early on in this season. The philosophy has really been simple in the passing game, is just find number 17 as they'll try to do it again. Ball out, Leane, picked off, Iowa. And in typical Iowa fashion, it's not the offense scoring, it's something else. It's the field goal unit, it's the defense, it's the special teams, but it ain't the offense responsible for that one. 10 points on the board for Iowa, and now NIU needs to not let what happened last week happen. Let it slip away. Keep it going as a flag is down. Elmira with the great grab, and it's looking like this is going to be on Iowa, so this play will stand. They actually call pass interference, so it doesn't matter regardless. Decline the penalty, and Booker will step up, and Booker moving just enough speed to get to the run game, and a first down. They had a spy out there, but it wasn't enough. Now flip it to Elmira, catch a rope for Elmira, and he'll have it to the 21-yard line on this drive, stabilizing the team a little bit. Back corner, the end zone. Leane too far out of bounds. 3rd and 10, and threatening to maybe settle for a field goal. Flag is down. Elmira can't hang on either, and this one wouldn't have mattered. It is a holding, and interestingly enough, Iowa's going to accept the penalty. They want to make it a harder field goal try. For us, we'll know 3rd and 20 is probably not going to be a likely conversion, so we'll just play it safe. We'll get 10 yards right back, no harm done, and kick the field goal this time. Knock it through. 24-10, and Iowa, with halfway through the 3rd quarter, needs to do something on offense. And I mean, this is a familiar story if you're a Hawkeye fan. Offense struggling and not able to put up anything in terms of getting to the end zone, as they'll go QB draw, and he'll try to go wide, and a bad decision there. You lose 5. 2nd and 15 on the run, and that's going to be caught for a first down. And a little bit more as we're closing in on the 4th quarter, and still no touchdowns for the Hawkeyes. It's going down the middle and right on cue. Never mind. Touchdown, Iowa. 24-17. And just hanging around are the Hawkeyes. You can't let these teams hang around, and that's not how you put a team away. Booker with a low throw to an open Leane, and it's going to be 3 and out. So now, Iowa, 40 seconds to play in the quarter. Deep ball on a Ritz. It's caught! And defenses, they keep trying to Ritz, and eventually you're going to get them. But, man, I mean, it's just been a lot of just deep passes down the left side. Luckily for us, we'll hold them. And another field goal try for Iowa is good, but this is where it's really getting scary. They're hanging around. They've had a couple of unanswered scores, and we need to do something about it. 3rd down and 5. You can't go 3 and out again. Booker, there you go, finally in, and he hangs on. Linebacker there, and it doesn't matter. Now go to Roxy. Gets a block to the outside, and Roxy sprung to the 41-yard line. 8 minutes to go. Back to Kennedy again, and this lane just beautifully opened up. Roxy's over 100 yards on the day. Marcus checks in as Booker to Leane, and Jalynne is just continuing to rack up more yards as Kennedy up the middle. Kennedy, go! Roxy! Into the end zone. Touchdown! Huskies back up by 2 scores, and man, they needed that because we could not afford to let this Iowa team steal this. This is ours to win. We need to just come out here and take care of business. Get that little monkey off of our back of a Big Ten win. You don't want things to spiral out of control here. 3rd down and 11 outside. Broken up. And it'll be 4th and 11, so a big play here. Game-deciding play, potentially. They'll go and knocked away. Frank Stye. And this game now could be over. Booker in option. They weren't expecting that. Touchdown, Booker. 3-score game. And that should put things away as we jump ahead. It was a long Iowa drive. It took them quite a while to move down the field, but they eventually do find the end zone. But by that point, under 2 minutes to play. Still now down by 2 scores. Onside kick in NIU's hands. Iowa goes down, and a win for the Huskies, 38-27, and Roxy goes for over 130 yards, and Leane, 180 yards on 10 catches and a touchdown. No sacks for the defense. Alea with the pick. And we move on to now looking at some of the other players in the nation. Now looking at our peers in the Big Ten. TJ and JJ Comella have started off the season on fire, but focusing in on JJ real quick, he's going to have himself what a heck of a performance against Syracuse. If you remember, Syracuse was a playoff team. They beat us last year. The Syracuse team, once again, really good, and it did not matter for Comella, who just diced them up touchdown after touchdown. This year's Heisman race is looking to be an all-timer. Both TJ and JJ in contention, Leane, and more. There's been an emerging star in the world of Michigan football who will eventually see in the season, and we'll talk about him as well. It's been a stacked Heisman race, and I think early on, Comella has taken control. As you can see, some of the throws he is making is absolutely special. He ends up taking care of business against this Syracuse team pretty decisively with a 5-touchdown performance and moving Minnesota comfortably into the top 5 in the nation. But I mean, just what a way to start your year if you are JJ Comella. How about over 300 yards in every single game so far, and about 15 touchdowns cumulatively in his first 3 games. Yeah, he's having a special start to the year, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be slowing down for Minnesota as we move to non-conference action. And, you know, we didn't go too light on the non-conference schedule as, you know, taking on an SEC opponent on the road, never an easy deal as we want to really get used to these hostile environments. Taking on Kentucky and another packed house here as Kentucky, you know, maybe not the SEC's finest that they have to offer, but still a tough team nonetheless, a 2-0 team nonetheless, and a team that only the second ever meeting between these two schools. NIU moved up to number 14 in the polls. Kentucky is on the outside looking in. A win here would probably put them into the top 25, and they're looking to make some noise in the world of college football this year. So we'll see which team is here to make a statement, as this is going to be an incomplete pass at a 4th down try early on is going to be resulting in a punt where NIU takes over the football. Roxy loses 4 yards on the play. Now backed up at the 15. 3rd down and long. Booker, 3 and out. So 2 minutes, 2 punts between the two teams, as that'll be a spin move there, and it wasn't a great punt from NIU, and Kentucky will have great field position, and early on now finding themselves in field goal range. Man in motion, 3rd down and 3 at the 33-yard line. They'll throw it outside, and running back, he'll lose so many yards. It looked like they had maybe a double pass setup or something. I don't know what that was, but as you can see here, a little history tracker, as after that 180-yard performance, Jalynne Leane became just the 24th player in college football history to have 4,000 plus career receiving yards, and maybe now eyeing records as Jalynne Leane, as we will keep you updated throughout every single game what the progress is on Jalynne Leane potentially chasing some records, as that is going to be Seti Almira. Big play inside the red zone. They go handoff now. Kennedy cuts it back up the middle, and there's 9 more on the play. Booker will go Kennedy's way. Probably should have threw that one out. And now 3rd down and 5. This time he tries to throw it, and well, it's incomplete. And a rare instance for NIU. Close to the end zone, they're actually going to play it safe and kick a field goal. So usually an aggressive team, but they don't want to, give them too many opportunities in Kentucky's side of things to get the crowd really going. They want to just take the comfortable lead and trust their defense like that, as Masareta Alea got a sack that really disrupted the drive. Kennedy now on the ground. He'll have a 3rd down and 10 situation after the 1-yard gain. Booker will roll and then move back, and Booker just gets rid of it. That was great coverage across the board by Kentucky. And you can see this Kentucky team, they're a tough one right now, as 1 quarter almost in the books, as outside run. Look at them putting guys on the dirt, and a double-digit yard run will get into the 26, so out the shadow of their own goal line, as they'll go over the middle and a wide open man. 1st down, as they'll be at the 46-yard line. So about 20 there. Play action, roll out, tight end in the flats, and Alea's all over that. Make it 3rd down and 7, as that throw is just way offline. I think maybe some miscommunication happened there, as Booker takes over. That ball off target, and tried to fit it in where a defender couldn't have a chance at it, and well, his receiver didn't have a chance at it either. Booker now scrambling, 3rd down and 10. It'll be 4th and 2, and this time NIU's getting real aggressive. So they were conservative last time. This time they're hyper aggressive, and it works out in their favor. That is a bold call, but that is the trust you have in your team. Booker sacked, so maybe it might not end up meaning anything. 2nd and 21. Booker rollout, throws it, floats it. It's a wobbler, and Leane runs underneath it for the 1st down. That ball just hung up there, and now going to Herndon over the middle, and a 1st down completion to the 24. So that 4th down conversion really proving to be an absolute game changer, is now in the red zone looking for the 10-point lead. Kennedy, there it is, touchdown Huskies. And sometimes when you have a risk like that that pays off, it could be the real difference between winning and losing. You easily could have said that on the flip side if you missed it, that if Kentucky went and scored a touchdown and you're down 7-3 and you unnecessarily went for it, it could have worked the other way. But NIU, they trust their offense more than just about any team in the nation. You trust Jalynne Leane, you trust Roxy Kennedy, you trust these playmakers, and that's what happens when you have those types of special guys. You take advantage of them. And on defense now, Kentucky putting together maybe their best drive up until this point. Run play is stop Frank Sty. Every time I look up, it's Masarena or it's Frank Sty making a play in the boxes. There's Masarena swatting that one down, and what a jump he has made in coverage. It's a dude who didn't even know anything about zone coverage a couple of years ago, and now he's turned into one heck of a cover player, man and zone. He just is so impressive these days. And Booker now is thrown over the middle. Miles Kendrick, don't forget about Miles Kendrick. He'll still torch you if given the opportunity, as Booker will throw it back the other way. And hey, Miles Kendrick is wide open. They quite literally forgot about him. To the 25. As man in motion, it's Kennedy. They will not go his way. Instead, deep middle, Seti Almira. Hey, give him maybe a John Mackey Award nomination. On cue, Seti, touchdown. Yeah, I want to see Seti Elmira get some national respect as he's turned into one of the best tight ends the country has to offer, as it's 17-3. And not only that, keep adding to it with a 3-and-out. And the Huskies start their next drive in enemy territory. Booker over the middle, Leane shy. They'll actually give him the first down. That's interesting. And Roxy with just 10 seconds to play in the half. Oh, what a move! Kennedy spinning his way down to the 5. And with just a couple of seconds left, no field goal. Miles Kendrick, touchdown. Bold is the only way to describe that, but it works. And all the risks that the Huskies are taking are paying off. We'll go into half 24-3. And I think if you're Kentucky, you just got to be demoralized with how some of these crucial plays have gone against you. Booker had Seti down the field there. I think he just missed Seti for a 60-yard touchdown potentially. Instead, it'll just be a first down. I mean, even your misses are still hits. And Roxy, speaking of hitting, is hitting a big 49-yard run down to the 1. Kennedy, touchdown. And this game is just pure domination. We'll hit you with the highlights. Fourth quarter already underway, 31-3. Still your score as Booker will throw. And he's going to send one deep over to defenders. Jalynne Leane, touchdown, Huskies. And Jalynne Leane comes up with another big play. And how about a little bit more for good measure? JD DeVoe and the backups in. One more touchdown. And this game all in the Huskies' favor, 45-3. Wow, did you expect that against an SEC team on the road? 45-3. That's a statement win right there. That is how you really stop some of the chatter on if this team can hang with top-tier schools. You didn't just hang with an SEC school, you dominated them. And now you're going into your other non-conference game, a back-to-back non-conference stretch here. In this one, your easiest opponent on the schedule, Navy, is going to be the opponent at home here. Huskies up to number 12 in the polls as Jalynne Leane coming off yet another big performance. Leane will keep you updated on some of his statistical milestones as he is inching closer to not just writing the history books of NIU, but maybe even if he has a big stretch to end his season, he can maybe even catch all-time records as flag is down here, and it will be a holding. NIU's drive will come to an end, and we will send it over to Navy. So this is another opponent as well, where historically not been great for the Huskies, an 0-2 all-time record, but hey, the Huskies are out here trying to check off the list of teams that they have never beaten in their history, even if it is only in 1 or 2 or 3 matchups ever, as we got one more also non-conference game after this one coming late in the season. They play Boston College way far into the season. And then from here on out, though, aside from that one late season game, it will be all big-time Big Ten opponents, and it will be one heck of a just bloodbath to see who comes out on the other side as conference champions and into that final conference championship matchup. As you can see, Jalynne Leane here, at bare minimum, he has 8 games left in his career. He is 1,105 yards away from being the NCAA's all-time receiving leader. And like I said, he's got 8 games at least, and there is a little bit of stats to pile on. Touchdown, Jalynne Leane. You have to presume this NIU squad will probably be playing a bowl game unless something catastrophic happens. So you can say 9 games left in his career to get 1,100 yards to be the NCAA's all-time receiving leader. So it's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible. And like I said, we'll be keeping you updated throughout every single game on what the totals will be and if he can chase that history successfully, as a Navy's drive here finally getting something put together as they are at 3rd down and 4th, the 29-yard line. Man in motion, they'll empty out the backfield. He'll throw, and it will be to the running back, but well shy, and he gets nothing on the play. Field goal opportunity. Navy puts it through, and it'll be 7-3. Huskies take over as Kennedy on the ground, and Roxy is going to have a first down to the 36-yard line. Roxy already 5 carries in this first quarter as Booker will throw, and he'll actually get sacked if he had a little bit more time. You've seen somebody breaking wide open on the left side of the field. Instead, 3rd down and 16, and look who's open! It's Miles Kendrick, and at the second quarter starting, we'll have the football in about midfield territory. Jalynne, there you go! Leane has got a big play here as they toss it out. Here's Martin Elena. He's going to stiff arm a defender, but he's only going backwards, and Elena loses 8 yards on the toss. You can really see not as fast as he used to be. Booker is going to throw up top, left side, Kendrick! And Miles Kendrick making you remember that he's a pretty dang good player too as they go over. Incomplete over the head of Leane. 3rd down and goal. They'll run it. Kennedy not going to get it. 4th and goal from the 6, and they will just settle for a field goal. Once again, played it pretty safe down there. I think there is a semblance of more trust in this defense maybe to not feel like you have to score touchdowns on every single drive, especially against a team like Navy. You don't want to give them a chance to do something unprecedented here and pull off some crazy upset on you, as you're going to maintain that 7-point lead and see if your defense can get the stop here, and that's a good opportunity to do so. 3rd down and 11 after a 1-yard loss. They're going to step up. He's going to run and slide down well shy, and they'll punt it from the 41 as Booker play action rolling out. He'll have a wide open Kennedy in the flats as it's been a little bit of a slower start for this offense scoring-wise, but, you know, as we approach the end of the half, Booker is going to run, and Booker on the triple option. Hey, that's 20 yards, and Booker not used to getting massive runs all the time, you know, not like J.D. DeVoe does, but Roxy Kennedy out of the backfield again, running through a defender, and Kennedy with a big 20-plus yarder. Booker rolling out. Booker keeps it again, and a first down again. So getting his legs going as he'll go play action again. Booker got Jalynne, going for the end zone, tries to dive in. He stopped at the 1 at 97 yards in the first half. Kennedy, touchdown. And NIU up 17-3 as the Navy team needs to really put something together with 3 minutes to go in the half and a sack. I mean, this is just overwhelming this team as they will finally get a nice run here on 3rd and 15. Actually convert. It seemed like they were pretty content letting the clock run out. We probably would have just, you know, burned a timeout or something. But hey, they might actually be able to put something together this drive. I mean, they have moved the ball decently. It's just when they get to this part of the field, it's just, yeah, this is what happens. They've gotten to midfield and beyond a couple of times. They just can't get that next step, get another 10 yards after that for field goal range or even get into the end zone. 3rd down and 13, and there it is again. Stopped once they got past midfield, and with under a minute to go, NIU will flip one out. Here's Leane on the run. Little option, 6 yards. Can they get some points going before the half here? 42 seconds to play. Booker rolling, running again, and Booker. I mean, they're just going to try to let them win on the run game, I guess. I mean, that's not a strategy that teams have tried to employ, so I guess I credit them for doing something new. 4th down and 1. NIU's going to go for it with 20 seconds to play. Martin Elena on the ground, and there you go. As you go 10 seconds to play, hurrying up, float one, Herndon inside the 20-yard line, and a timeout, field goal, and you get 3 points to end the half to make it 20-3. So Huskies, I mean, they've been pretty dominant this season so far. When you look at that game against Oregon State and then the Kentucky game and now this one, I mean, you're looking at potentially 3 of your first 5 games being just outright blowouts, dominant performances, where the other team is getting outscored by 3, 4, 5 scores or more. And I mean, NIU could get to that point because they are throwing end zone touchdown. And for Leane, that's another 100-yard game. Jalynne, that's his 23rd career 100-yard performance. The record is 27. Both records, yardage and 100-yard games, set by Corey Davis at the FBS level. So He's going to be chasing those records and maybe even getting the touchdown record chasing as well, because he'll be up there when it comes to touchdowns as well. Like, he's actually just chasing a whole bunch of records in the world of college football. As you can see here, oh, a sneak is stopped, and not only that, sneak, fumble, a rinse, touchdown, Huskies. On a QB sneak, it's a scoop and score, and that will be your game. Huskies basically take their foot off the gas pedal in the fourth quarter. It ends 34-3. And a easy, dominant game. The action, though, is going to pick up very quickly once we get into our next one. But first up, we got to talk some prospects here. How about the #1 QB in the nation? This one is, it's a special one here. We've had some good quarterbacks that we've talked about. Tyrone Austin, obviously the Comellas, and you know, those are some premier top-tier guys. But how about a Vander Vaughn, who's maybe more accurate than any one of those quarterbacks, you could argue. And this is a absolute monster when throwing in structure. This is one of the most accurate quarterbacks you are going to find. If he's not more accurate than, say, TJ Comella, he's right there neck and neck with him at the very least. He is poised under pressure, poised in the pocket. And the thing that is even a little bit better about him as well is, like, he's kind of a little sneaky in the run game as well. He can move. And, you know, I don't think that there's really much you have to talk about when it comes to weaknesses for this guy. I mean, this is a dude who you try to find a knock on him, and it's like, well, he has a good arm, but not a generational elite rocket arm, but he's got a good arm. I mean, look at the throws that he is making down the field, just perfect ball placement every which way. The only real knock on the guy is he holds the ball a little bit too much, and that's just because he has such trust, and he has such just demonstrates this fearless pocket energy where it's just like he doesn't care if he stands in there and takes a hit. Sometimes he will take a sack because he's trying to trust his receivers and wait a little too long, but I mean, you can see here, he can run the ball a little bit. He can make some guys miss. I mean, he's got that sneaky, you know, like maybe Herbert type of running ability, where like that running ability where you don't want to completely ignore him because you can get him maybe 2 runs a game that will go for double-digit yards if you just keep forgetting about it. But I don't have many knocks on the guy. This is a dude, though, who is going to be an absolute program-changing type of quarterback, and it's kind of scary that one of his top schools is Wisconsin. I mean, you presume that TJ is going to be going to the NFL this year. I don't see a reason why he would need to stay unless the season goes badly. So if Wisconsin could double up on getting elite level quarterback prospects, that could be pretty special. The only reason a school like Indiana is involved in this race is because it's a home state guy, but Oklahoma and Georgia seem to be the more front runner teams. And he's just got that rare trait that some quarterbacks just don't have, where they're just so cool and calm in these situations. Something that guys like Joe Burrow have, Drew Brees have, like that just calmness when you're in the pocket to just dissect a defense. And it's a rare trait, it's rare intangibles that a guy like him has to pair with his overall tools and talent. When you get a combination like that, it's a quarterback that you don't see very often, and we're going to be seeing him probably in the Heisman running more soon than you might think as we go to the biggest game of the season up until this point. If you thought taking on UCLA was big, how about in the rain, on the road, the big house, sell out, top tier opponent, Michigan Wolverines, multi-time national championship program, Big Ten front runners, and a guy that is leading the charge for them that we will have a lot to speak about. It is 10 versus 9. Both teams with 1 loss, but both teams spectacular. As when we see Michigan out there, we'll get into their rising superstar players. Jalynne up to 4,301 yards, now under 1,000 away from that all-time milestone. We'll see if he can keep racking up those yards in this one, as we will need him if we're going to beat this Michigan team. This is that statement type of win that we could really have in the conference to show that we are not just here to lay down to the big schools. No disrespect to teams like Penn State out there, but we don't want to be like a Penn State. We don't want to go beat up on Illinois, beat up on Northwestern beat up on Purdue and then lose to Ohio State, lose to Michigan, lose to the top tier guys. We want to come out here and show that we can beat any single team you put in front of us, as this drive for NIU is going to result in just a field goal. Kick is good, and taking the field for Michigan, a transfer running back that has set the college football world on fire. Raquel Osgood, we talked a bit about him over the past couple of years. Coming out of high school, was a special running back talent. He's really struggled to find his home up until now, where he was at Penn State, was at Notre Dame, but now transferred over to Michigan, and they have rode him to success, and it's a reason they're a top 10 team in the nation. And they have him in Heisman talks right now. Like I said, the Heisman race, it's a very just insane battle between Osgood, Leane, and the Comellas, all of them involved, and maybe even more than that, as a fumble from the Huskies defense forced, and a pickup. Good has just come up with a lot of big plays. He's been all over the football early on in this first half of the season, and already a 3-0 lead plus the football and a flag down as well. Michigan will have pass interference and will move the football into enemy territory now, as this first quarter all in the favor of the Huskies. Booker rolling, throwing, and Herndon first down to the 32 as they go stretch left. Kennedy, not able to find room to the outside, finds the hole inside, and Kennedy gets a first down. Now go back to the stretch game. He'll try to actually go outside and find 5 on the play. 3rd down and 5. Booker to the air. He'll roll right. He's got not enough speed, and Booker's just going to get rid of it. He realized that he was in the danger zone, threatening to lose a lot of yards. He's going to maintain field goal range. It'll be 2 drives, 2 field goals for the Huskies. So despite the slow start from Michigan, it hasn't hurt them too much, as it's still just a 1-score game. Osgood has 9 yards. Frank Stein banged up. He should be okay, though. He'll be little, bruised and battered for this one at least, as Osgood direct snap to him. Hey, we know all about those direct snap to the running backs, and Masarena was all over it for a 3-yard loss. Down the middle now, and a big play. Oh, we broke the tackle. No, you gotta catch him. Michigan gone. One big play turns into a 68-yard touchdown, as you were just supposed to hold him for 20 yards, and you let him go all the way. So in just one quick flip of the switch, it's a 7-6 Michigan lead, and Elmira has 10 on the play. First quarter, down to less than a minute to go. Draw for Roxy, and this is yet another big-time running back battle. Sky Priester was already the big opponent that we took on for UCLA. Now Raquel Osgood, Roxy Kennedy. Can he outduel Raquel in this? I mean, it's just the running backs are taking over in the world of college football. There's a lot of elite ones here. Roxy feels like he is broken into that conversation, being one of them. 3rd down and 10. Going Leanne's way. It's too low. Incomplete. And Michigan takes over. Osgood spinning off a tackler. Here goes Raquel. And Osgood's got to the 44-yard line. Back to Osgood again. Makes a cut. And Alea takes him down for a gain of 9. 2nd down and 1. Are they going to go back to him again? Yes, they will. Osgood with the room. Raquel all the way to the 4-yard line. He's got 88 yards already as Osgood spinning on a tackler. And that's your Heisman candidate running back. You can call him maybe one of the best in the nation, regardless of position. And it's 14-6, Michigan on top. Booker now taking over, and Seti Elmira comes up with the big play there. Run. Kennedy is not going to have anything. That's just a good defense by Michigan all over him. 4-yard loss. Booker floats one. Leanne's way in. Just couldn't bring that one in. Defender got a hit on it. 3rd and 14 now as Booker for Leanne over the head of everybody. And a punt situation now. And in the rain, not a good punt. Oh my goodness. This is like a 10-yard punt. He shanked it. And the rain playing the factor there is a deep ball. And Masarena knocks it away. He's become incredible in coverage. 3rd down and 10. Now a deep shot in double coverage, and it's incomplete. A Ritz and Alba in there, and the defense makes up for that shanked punt with the stop as Leane 1st down grab. We're really going to have to lean on him to try to come out here and move this football, or plays like that where we have to sneak in some read option and some run game from Booker as Kennedy has got a 1st down carry, and finally this drive getting going here. Booker play action. Got a man, Kendrick. 6 more on the play. Just under halfway to go in this 2nd quarter. Booker laser down the middle. Jalynne Leane, touchdown. And it's career touchdown number 51 for Jalynne Leane. And a 2-point conversion on its way. Outside in Leane. The rain, actually a rare, very rare Leane drop, as that is not going to be what you want to see there. But regardless, Leane, career touchdown number 51. I don't think records are going to be what we're talking about here, though, as the win is what you want to see. Leane, though, if you care, 9 touchdowns away from the all-time record being tied up, as 2nd down and 8 hit, and I think Alea and company got in there. 3rd down and 8 from the 49. 2-minute warning approaching. A lot of time. Can't find anybody open. He'll try to run. It's got nowhere to go, and the defense phenomenal on that play, as got a little sweep, and Jalynne Leane on the keeper. Huskies with the opportunity to take the lead going into half. They play their cards right. 2nd down and 6. Booker nowhere to go, and Kendrick. That was a risky and a dangerous ball, but Kendrick heads up and really attacked that football. Now a deep shot. He wants Almira, and it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 turns to 3rd and 10. A minute to play. Booker moving. Doesn't have anywhere to go with it. He kind of bailed in the pocket too early. Off the punt, Michigan football now, as they could go up by maybe even 2 scores if they find the end zone in the next 45 seconds, as Osgood on the screen. And Raquel Osgood, he's well over 100 all-purpose yards in this one. They'll instead just take it to half there. They didn't want to really test it or risk anything, so it'll be 14-12, 2nd half, and Michigan with the football. And here's Raquel Osgood. He's now over 100 rushing yards to go along with his receiving production. 3rd down and 2, Shaq Alba. Tackle for loss, and what a stop. Not a great punt for Michigan. Look at Osgood getting one up maybe by Roxy Kennedy, trying to outduel him here. I feel like Roxy's had this chip on his shoulder whenever he gets against one of these top-tier running backs, to try to show that he is just as good as them. As a deep shot, 3rd and 1, incomplete. Wanted Leane in the end zone. Instead, they'll go for it. 4th down. Elena, no! Stop. They went more in Elena on 4th and 1, and he got stonewalled. And that is brutal as Michigan takes over. Now at the 46-yard line. Raquel Osgood. Has he got the speed to go? Raquel is going to get brought down to the 28. And that'll be now Michigan moving it more and more down the field as a 3rd down and 10. Can we hold to a field goal here? He'll throw outside, and nice job breaking on the ball is Westbrooks. It'll be a field goal to make it a 17-12 game. It's wide left, and you can see special teams kicking and punting has been a major issue. Deep shot, and Leane, 2 defenders making a stop. 3rd down and 7. Quick ball, and Almira in traffic. Impressive grab as Booker will hand to Kennedy, and Roxy breaking through off first contact. He'll have 5 on the play. We're in Michigan territory. Booker to the air. It's a deep shot. Oh, he's got him. Jalynne, touchdown. Oh, Jalynne beat him on the man coverage, and it's the Huskies lead. 2nd touchdown for Leane, career number 52. And Michigan now late in this 3rd quarter, 3rd down and 7. With time, 4-man rush, not getting in there. A deep shot, a Ritz, and Alea down there, incomplete. And Michigan punts it. Once again, the punt far from perfect. And it's good field position for the Huskies. Floating one. Got a lot of room for Almira. He's got the 1st down. He's got more. He's got 15 on the play in Michigan territory. Play action. Can he get a shot down for Almira? He's got space. It's City to the 4-yard line. Come on. on, get it into the end zone here. This would be monstrous to get a 2-score lead as JD DeVoe checks in. They want to give him a carry, and he gets 2. 3rd down and goal. From the 2, here's Leane. Oh, he's stopped just shy. 4th and goal from the 1. Going for it. Rocks it in. Snap. No. Hammered. At the 1. And even though the Huskies could have kicked the field goal for the 8-point lead, they wanted the 2-score lead so badly. They knew that that could be the deciding factor. But instead, they'll make Michigan drive 99 yards to try to take the lead. Well, they already got 22 on this drive, and Osgood keeping it going. And 3rd and inches as a sneak will get them the 1st down. And Michigan with the chance to go and steal our hearts in this one. What could have been a 2-score lead. Now Michigan driving this football already. About a 1/3 of the field taken up as Osgood tackle for a loss. And he's got 140 yards on the game rushing, but a couple of nice plays have really come up big. Oh my goodness, Masserate almost just got a pick. And still though, we'll take the stop. But an incomplete pass, Alea could have gifted us a field goal. 3rd and 12 instead. Outside! Oh, almost picked off. I guess we'll trade dropped interceptions. I guess we're even now as Michigan takes over. 7 yards on the play as they'll go Osgood's way, and he'll have it to the 45, a 1st down. Michigan with 6:20 to go. Osgood out of the backfield, and he's nearing like 200 all-purpose yards in this one. 3rd down and 6 on the run. 2-4, 4th down, and they'll punt. And NIU's opportunity. If they find the end zone, it could be all over. They'll try to take a shot. Herndon! Oh, off his hands on the diving grab. Tough to bring in. 3rd and 10. Booker! Oh, just too high. Swatted away. Michigan, I mean, they've had their chances. Both teams have had their chances to hit that kill shot. Neither have been able to do it. Both teams have had good field position. Haven't been able to capitalize. Both teams have dropped picks. Both teams have had rough special teams outings. Both teams looking about as evenly matched as it gets. Osgood breaks a tackle. Osgood got the 1st down. Again at the 26. Quick throw to the outside. Broken tackle. No! Michigan! Touchdown! And the Wolverines got the lead as they go. 2-point conversion, no good. All you need is a field goal, though. All you need is a field goal, and you got 3.5 minutes. Booker play action. What do you got for us? Booker, everyone's kind of covered. The most open receivers, Herndon, and it's still not that much space. 3rd and 10. Will it be a 3-0? Voted for Leane. Sidelines. Oh, and carrying it in. Come on, this rain is brutal. And Michigan can end it here. 2-minute warning about to approach us right here as NIU will let it tick down. 3rd down and 4. Can Michigan get it? It's incomplete. Westbrook breaks it up. All right. All your timeouts still. And the punt, Michigan, boot. It's not a bad one. And it's out at the 7-yard line as Booker will take over. 93 yards of field in front of him. Leane with the catch. Oh, no way. Jalynne, come on. It's gone. Are you kidding me? Touchdown. Jalynne is 3rd of the game. It's 93 yards, the longest of his career, and the potential winning score. Booker for the 2. Get it in. Touchdown and the 2-point conversion. This is incredible. Michigan now has just 90 seconds to play to go and respond as they get a completion here. And they'll be just 59 yards away with 1:15 to go. Osgood, they're still running because it's just so effective. Osgood, go again. Raquel gets through. And he'll fall forward. I mean, if you're getting 9 yards at a time, it's not a bad strategy. As they'll throw, they metal incomplete. Alea in there. 3rd and 1. Osgood direct snap. He doesn't get it. It's 4th down. Oh, big play. Game ender here. 30 seconds to go. Michigan throwing. Come on. You gotta get him off the field. Just 22 seconds to play. 13 yards out, it's caught, and he'll be shy. They're out of timeouts. They gotta hurry back to the line. Clock's ticking. Just one more stop in bounds. Can we end it here? They will spike the football. There's 8 seconds to go. It's gotta be end zone or out of bounds. 3rd and 4. They'll take their shot. Double coverage knocked away. We have one play to go. One play. 4th down. 3 seconds. 8 yards away. He'll throw. Come on. Couldn't get a hand out there. He almost had him. No. Touchdown, Michigan. No. Sullivan had a hand. And Michigan's going for the win. Come on. Michigan for the win. They're going to try to win it right here. 2-point conversion for the game. Come on, defense. Sacked. He's down. Huskies win it. Oh my goodness, at the buzzer. Huskies survive Michigan on the road in dramatic fashion. I don't even know what to say about that. We gotta talk about other players in the world of college football and high school football. And how about a hard-hitting, generationally hard-hitting linebacker, Deepa Akir. He's going to be a player that not every team's going to be in love with for various reasons. He is probably somebody who's going to walk into the world of college football and be maybe the hardest hitter in the country. He destroys people in the run games. He's scarily smart in that aspect where he can actually fill run games. He's not just kind of a directionless missile. He is more of a heat-seeking missile where he is able to pinpoint the target and just detonate on them. But the injury risk is very much there when you got a guy throwing his body around. He will very much seek out hits too much. I mean, there are instances where he maybe even will let a receiver catch a ball short just so he can hit them rather than making a play on the football and, you know, trying to make a swat or a deflection. He wants to hit people, maybe even a little too much. And in that regard, also maybe chases the highlights. This is the type of dude who you see, like, on social media accounts, you're like, look at this hit from this high school player. So, I mean, in that aspect, he has gone a little viral a couple of times, but that's kind of an issue, though. He's maybe chasing those highlight reel hits a little bit too much. Maybe he kind of feeds off that, and that can be a concern. I mean, you want a player who's going to be, you know, good in all aspects where he can actually make the play in coverage and not instead try to, like, bait a hit. You want somebody who's going to be able to be out there 24/7 for you and maybe not throw his body on the line unnecessarily. You want somebody who cares about doing what's best to win the game rather than what's best for his personal image. That could be a bit of a concern, but all the tools are there. He's a 5-star player. He is a absolute just missile of a player, though. Like, he's special in that regard. He will force fumbles. He will generate turnovers. He will demoralize a defense in the same way that maybe getting a posterizing dunk can deflate a team in the world of basketball. He's the type of dude who he'll hit you so hard he'll maybe knock the wind out you and deflate your entire offensive drive because he's out here injuring people. So we'll see where he ends up going. His interest has been very sporadic amongst teams, but he will be landing at a top-tier school. And speaking of top-tier schools, we'll be taking another one on here. Indiana, 5-1 on the season. They are unranked because they did just lose, but they are a really good team regardless, and 2 5-1 squads. Huskies have moved up to number 8 in the country, and Jalynne Leane's at 4,487 yards, so closing in even more on that 5,000-yard mark. But even though they are unranked, we cannot take, you know, this Curt Cignetti and Indiana team lightly. They are just still an incredible turnaround story, and they have been just as good as they have been when Cignetti took over up until now, and they're looking to maybe get into that Big Ten title race. They are still very much in that running, and with a win here, definitely punches their ticket into the top 25 for us. Trying to follow up on that win over Michigan. I mean, this team is a little beat up, a little tired. We had some injuries. We had some weather effects in that one really hamper us. So we have a couple of guys with some wear and tear in this one, but we're looking to just keep it going here, keep it moving, and looking for win number 6 on the season as Indiana 3rd down and 16. And they'll throw for the end zone. Oh, it's caught! Touchdown! and you're looking to maybe take advantage of a wounded dog here in NIU who's a little beat up right now. No, like I said, significant injuries that are going to hold people out, but a couple of dings, a couple of deficient, knocks on these players after slipping and sliding around in the rain. Booker to the air as he will roll right. Booker will run for it and got the first down past midfield and to the 40-yard line before ducking out of bounds on a nice run. 1st and 10, they'll flow one, and look who he's got, Herndon, inside the red zone to the 18-yard line. Play action, pressure in his face, and he won't be able to get a good throw off hit as he's throwing, as Booker's kind of been the one to take the brunt of a lot of punishment here, taking a little too many hits as Indiana 4th down and 3. Defense with a chance to get off the field here, but they won't. Herndon has got the touchdown, and Huskies respond very convincingly. 7-7 your score as Indiana takes back over, and this Indiana team feels a little slighted right now. I mean, you could see why. They're a 5-1 team. They should be in the top 25. They're a really good school. And now, maybe on the other side of it is after winning that game against Michigan and having some of the performances we had, I think, some of the chatter on us has quieted a little bit that we are a legitimate school. Indiana now maybe feels like they should be regarded as a legitimate school, and they're not being that respect given to them right now. They're just not given that. And it's unfortunate for them, but we need to make sure we can take out this hungry school as 3rd down and 8 over the middle. It is jarring the football loose. Westbrook's got in there, and they'll have no points on that drive. Herndon getting involved once again. Another grab for him. 2nd quarter underway. Roxy, toss play out to him. Get some nice blocking. Kennedy with a lot of room. Roxy, spin move. Step form. Oh, Roxy! What a run! 75 yards. Touchdown, Huskies. Spun out some defenders, put one on the ground. Roxy really trying to staple his claim into maybe trying to chase that best running back in the nation award. It's a stacked year for running backs, like I said, but he's trying to chase guys like Raquel Osgood and others at that award as a 3-and-out for the Husky defense. We'll put him back out there on the field, and Kennedy running up the middle. I mean, he's already at 92 yards, so it could be a massive day for him as Almira on the grab. 4th and inches, and you know what happens when you get to 4th and inches. You're definitely going to go for it here. Run from Kennedy, first down with ease. As they'll go with a sweep out Leane, and Jalynne Leane with a nice run. Easy 14 yards on the play. 35-yard line. Booker will float one. There's Leane. 1-on-1. Jalynne. What a grab. And he can go up over defenders too. It's not just the right after catch. It's not just the separation. He can make a contested grab too at the 1-yard line. Kennedy is actually going to lose a yard. 3rd down and goal. And they'll go back to Roxy. Another touchdown for him. And Roxy's got a 2nd score. A great 2nd quarter for this Husky squad overall, as Indiana needing to come up with some big plays if they're going to want to, let this not run away from them. We've seen it happen before where this Huskies team, once they get clicking, once they kind of figure it out against an opponent, it gets really ugly for the team that they are facing. The Huskies have pretty big blowout potential when you are facing them. They can get things going in a way that just not many teams in the world of college football can. And it's what makes them kind of special as J.D. DeVoe checks in. And we really want to get J.D. DeVoe a little bit more involved in some run action because he is just such a great runner of the football. And you can see Miles Kendrick, a former player from Indiana, transferred all the way back in the year 1 offseason. So a little bit of revenge here as Herndon. He's having a big day as he's already got a couple of big catches. Kennedy looking for a 3rd touchdown of the first half. 3rd down and goal, though. They will throw. And Booker hit as he's throwing. It's incomplete. 4th and goal. And they will take the field goal. This is not one where you needed to be too aggressive here. You could just take a 3-score lead with a minute to go. And Indiana with the grab, 1st down. They can maybe have this big opportunity to score before the half, make it a 2-score game, and start the 2nd half strong as well. There's your opportunity there. Big play, 20 seconds to go. 1 timeout, 39-yard line. Very much can get into field goal range here as they will go with field goal range. I think they got it at the 29. They have 13 seconds to play, and they'll throw over the middle. Oh no, it's overthrown, picked off. off. Alea and Maserena takes it to about midfield, and that will wrap things up for the half. And Indiana's opportunity, they had at least 3 points there, but that's just brutal for them. An overthrow. And you can see they got the football to start the second half. They really had a good opportunity to go 2 for 1 and make it a 1-score game. Now they'll have to do a lot more work in this third quarter if they want to make up for that turnover. Thing is it's not going to be on that first drive. They go, give us the football back in just a minute. And here we go. Herndon over 100 yards, and we are at enemy territory. Booker will float one, and it's for Leane. Got it. 34 yards for Leane. As a read option, Booker down for no gain. 3rd and 7 as Booker floats one. Has Leane just too far out, and a bad throw from Booker. Will settle for a field goal again. So it'll be 27-7, and Indiana maybe only has another couple of minutes to see if they can try to pull off something here to make a comeback, as I don't want to count them out quite yet since they are still a really talented team and they've had some opportunities here. They've just kind of not been able to cash in once they've gotten close enough. 3rd down and 5 as they'll go over the middle. There you go. 1st down into enemy territory. At the 38-yard line they go. Draw play and keep the chains moving again. 5 minutes to go in this third quarter. Run it some more. You can afford to run it a little bit while you still have it in the third, as they will have it in the red zone now. Middle, that's caught, and at the 1. All right, Indiana finally looking to find the end zone here, and they will. Touchdown. Indiana makes it a 14-27 game, so 2 touchdown deficit. Booker, design keeper, a lot of room up the middle, and Booker, he'll take 19 yards on that run, as Booker now will float one, and Almira, here he goes, Almira, another big play for Seti, 23 yards. I mean, not many tight ends in the world of football, pro or college, are making that many big plays. It's making them more big plays. Roxy Kennedy, touchdown again. His 3rd of the game, 34-14, and just when you thought Indiana maybe had a chance to come back in this one, we might have slammed the door on their hopes, but they still have another drive as their quarterback just stiff-armed us. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they still have their chance, though, on this drive. It has to be on this drive to find the end zone again, and then they would have to respond with a stop. But while they still have a faint chance in this one, can NIU, once and for all, end their hopes as they're in the red zone? 9 minutes to go, and throwing for a completion there. It'll be 7 yards on the play. Back to the line, 2nd down, as he will have time in the pocket. 1st down completion there, and Alea will bring him down at the 7-yard line. Goal to go, as he'll throw. End zone, touchdown. Indiana makes it once again a 13-point game. Now they need a stop here, and Martin Elena on the carry. He'll have 9 on the play. So Elena, you can see, gets roughly like maybe 4 touches, 5 touches a game. They're trying to ease him into things. Don't want to, just give him too much that he can handle, especially when Roxy Kennedy is running the way he is. 154 yards on the ground for Roxy. One of his biggest games is Jalynne Leane has got a nice catch, and that'll put him over 100 yards again. That's his 27th 100-yard performance, and adding on to it for good measure. At the 20-yard line, looking to put this game away, as it'll be a touchdown. That'll do it. A field goal still keeps him in, and as a throw up top is incomplete, and it will be a field goal. So, like I said, field goal, it's still a 2-score game. It will be a 16-point game, so we'll need some 2-point conversions, but still, it's possible with 4 minutes to play. Though improbable, I will say. They will throw over the middle in Indiana. Got another 1st down. NIU's not going to take any big-time risks, though. They're going to play it pretty safe here. If you score, it is what it is. They're just going to rely on their team to be able to put this thing away, as that throw caught over the middle again, and a fumble! And there you go! They didn't even need to take any risks. They didn't need to do anything crazy. Indiana fumbled it away, and Alba picks it up. Game is over, and Indiana goes down 37-21. And even though Indiana put up over 400 yards of offense, it just wasn't enough. Kennedy, 150 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground. But let's take a peek at the Heisman race once more. We've already seen 3 of the 4 Heisman candidates. Let's take a look at the other one, the other Comella twin, who we are very familiar with at this point. He took on a very talented Oregon team who we will be seeing in a couple of weeks, but it is a game where, well, just like his brother, he lit up the scoreboard. This Heisman race has been incredible. TJ, JJ, Raquel Osgood, and Leane putting up astronomical numbers, as Leane is maybe starting to be some people's favorites after JJ slowed down a little bit, but now TJ starting to catch fire and catch his stride at this point in the season, arguing to be the #1 team in the country, especially when you have a receiver like Coco Reynolds making plays like that. He's already going to comfortably soar over 1,000 yards this season, as TJ Comella goes for 4 touchdowns, and adding on to it with another one here, wide open, man, as Wisconsin takes care of business against Oregon. And Oregon, that was just their 2nd loss of the season, so we'll be seeing them. And from here on out, Oregon's playing for their playoff lives, so we'll be playing a very angry and desperate Oregon team, so that's no good for us. But we get to have a little in-state rivalry matchup potentially for us. It is Northern Illinois versus Illinois. And this is a little bit of a cool-down game for us compared to some of the big-time schools that we have faced. A 3-4 Illinois squad. Jalynne Leane at 4,600 yards on the dot, as this, semi-beat-up team has not really had much of a break, it feels like, as it's just been heavy hitter after heavy hitter. And, I mean, you can really tell that some wear and tear is starting to kick in, as Booker is going to get hit there. Kennedy is going to get a first down, but you can see this is what I meant. Booker banged up on the play, and in comes J.D. DeVoe. And this is brutal for us, as Marvin Booker was the one kind of that I was really hinting at being mostly beat up after the hits he took at Michigan and Indiana. As Booker, that's a nice play there. Oh, Leane jumping over a defender, but here's the problem. J.D. DeVoe, it was past the line of scrimmage. It's an illegal forward pass, so take that incredible touchdown off the board for Leane. 3rd and 15, DeVoe is going to get hit as he's throwing. It's incomplete. And this is brutal for this Husky squad. J.D. DeVoe, I mean, he's far from like a bad quarterback, but this is just, he's not the same passer that Booker is. He's not the same type of player that Booker is. There's a reason that DeVoe is the backup and just somebody we throw in for design keepers and runs. He's just not the thrower that Booker is. So, unfortunately, I will not keep you waiting. The verdict is Booker's out for this game. It's all J.D. DeVoe the rest of the way here. And when I say the rest of the way, it's basically the entire way. He got hurt on the first drive. DeVoe gets it to Leane. Jalynne, go blocking. And Jalynne Leane to the 8-yard line. So can you survive with your backup quarterback on the road here? DeVoe stops and throws it. Jalynne Leane, touchdown number 54 on his career. And just inching closer to history as they'll throw wide open, man. And Illinois has got a big play to the 41-yard line. This is where we got to trust our defense, though. I can't say that we're on track to maybe put up 40 points like we're used to doing. So, hey, defense, can you come up big for us? They've had some big-time moments this season. Masereta Alea has been on another level this season. Aritz has cooled off a bit, and the pressure in. Prince Serentine with the sack. 3rd down and 20, and maybe trying to knock him out of field goal range here as they will scramble. He will just preserve the field goal, slide down, play it safe, and this will be 3 on the board. And this is now turn it over to J.D. DeVoe. We weren't ready for this, obviously, so we have to kind of bust out some of those, extra packages that we have for J.D. DeVoe to be more of that rushing threat for us, because he's not going to be able to do much for us in the air, but he can do that. J.D. DeVoe for a nice run. 18 seconds to play in the first quarter. Play action. DeVoe is sacked. He just is not as aware on the pocket. He is more of a one read and run type of quarterback, and that's that one read that he just flat out misses. He's also just not as accurate. 3rd and 13. DeVoe is, he's throwing. And you can definitely see it's just so much different with him out there. It's just not the same. But regardless, he got the lead, and shooting through the gap is good. Tackle for loss, 3rd down and 4. Can he get off the field here? That ball up top, 2 defenders there, and it's incomplete. Alea and Westbrook's in. DeVoe takes over at the 41. He'll throw that ball late to the outside, and even the timing is off. It's just late. DeVoe, 3rd down and 10. He'll find Leane, and Leane with the 1st down. And there you go. At least when in doubt, just find Jalynne on the play. When in doubt, get your best players the football, as Kennedy is going to get nothing on the play. 3rd down and 9 for DeVoe, where he finds Leane again. That's the 8th 1st down for this offense. DeVoe gets it underneath, and Kendrick will get us set up 3rd down and 5. Play action, DeVoe. He'll have a wide open Leane inside the 10, down to the 7. Leane's at 82 yards. DeVoe on the option, and he'll get nothing. 3rd and goal. Will you get into the end zone here? DeVoe, sprint out, and Kendrick is shy by 2 yards. 4th and goal. They're going to go for it, trying to send them out there. Wide open Leane. No! You've gotta be kidding me. Leane, we drew up the perfect play, and Leane got him wide open, and he just flat out missed him. There's just, you can do everything right, but that's the difference between having your starting and your backup quarterback out there. The starter makes that, the backup doesn't. It's just frustrating, but you gotta just hold on to the lead while you have it. It's still just the 1st half. You can't panic or anything, but with the way DeVoe is throwing this football, it is a little worrying. 2nd down and 10. And Illinois will check it down to the outside. Open tackle will be eventually made, and good, brings him down. 3rd down and 8. 4-man rush. Sullivan trying to get in there. He won't, and they'll scramble right at the line. He's met, but he has it. All right. 1.5 to go for Illinois as they'll scramble again. This one not as much on the play. He'll have 4, and they'll throw once more as it's just little by little. They're just chipping away at this defense, and they're going to start tiring out this defense eventually as they'll run for another couple of yards. It's just 4 yards at a time, 5 yards at a time. It's little by little, but it eventually all adds up, especially when you get another 6 there. 48 seconds to go. 1 timeout. Finally stopped. And no game. Frank Stye in there. 20 seconds to go. 3rd and 4. They run it. We were ready for it. Touchdown. 28 yards. And Illinois got the lead with just a couple of plays left in the half. We let them take the lead, and we are losing at halftime. The number 5 team in the country, firmly on upset alert with their backup quarterback, as Illinois with the football now, and over the middle, reels it in for 6 yards on the play. We'll go to 3rd down and 3. Quick RPO, and man, I think this defense is just tired right now. It's just, how many plays have they just done just like this? I mean, we're starting to get more aggressive and more aggressive, trying to send a blitz, trying to just generate something like that. And there you go. Get off the field and backed up at your own 8-yard line. Leane on the pop pass. He broke the tackle, but he loses 5. Now backed up at your own 2-yard line. Got it off. And Leane spins. Leane, thank you. 14 yards to save us from maybe having a safety, and now toss it up to Kennedy, and the blocking just terrible, and now great field position for Illinois. I mean, this is just brutal for the offense, how different it looks without Marvin Booker. And if anybody ever questioned just how important Marvin Booker is to this team, despite having, you know, some good defensive players and a good running back and a good receiving core and a good tight end, Booker is the one who still makes it all go around. He is the starting quarterback for a reason. 3rd down opportunity maybe. Yes, we will get him down. Alea, I feel bad. He's had to run across this field, rack up tackles left and right. 3rd down and 8. End zone! Knocked away Westbrooks. Thank you. Field goal. Good. Still a 1-score game, though. as third quarter already winding down. Roxy, that's a big play. Finally something. And that is a massive run that we needed. Second down and 10. Throwing over the middle. That's Kendrick. He's got room and a first down. Can the offense finally wake up a little bit as they go with a little run? Leane was out there in motion. He gets a block in. It'll be an 8-yard run for Kennedy. Third down and 3. Draw. Elena goes, breaks a tackle left. Jokes back right. Martin Elena. Oh, look at Elena. Welcome back. I remember that athleticism from a couple of years ago. He's still got a little juice in those legs. Lead for the Huskies. And Sullivan with the sack. Third down and 12, and maybe finally starting to put it all together. That's a stop. We'll go to the fourth quarter with the ball at a 1-point lead. DeVoe triple option, and he can't get the pitch out. It'll be just 2 yards on the play. 2nd and 8. Kennedy, run. Kennedy, first down. He's starting to get it going as well. 84 yards on the game as a wide open Jalynne Leane over the middle. And with that one, his 26th career 100-yard game, one off of tying the all-time record. But the records are not what we're talking about here. We need to close the deal on this one. I mean, with a loss to Illinois, that could be the playoff hopes dashed. Elena on the carry, and Martin Elena. It's going to get 7 on the play. Third down and 7 from the 44. DeVoe immediately tried to run. And he just, the one read and run, it's so limiting to your passing attack. Now the defense, we turn to them. 6 minutes to play. Can't let another one of those drives happen, and we don't. That's a 3 and out. We will take that big. It is Martin Elena on the carry, and he has a yard on the play. We're trying to give Elena a little bit more because he got that big touchdown run. It really saved us. DeVoe is going to just hesitate. DeVoe finally stops and throws, and Leane, all right. All right, that was risky, but it works out. DeVoe play action. He can move. He's going to throw it. It's got Leane again at the 21. Come on, please. Just let this get into the end zone. Third down and 4. DeVoe, quick slant. Can't hang on. Kendrick, we got to settle for 3. Field goal, good. All right. Hold a 4-point lead with 3 minutes to go, and Illinois got 10 on that one. Third down and inches, they'll sneak it. First down. They got plenty of time, so got to go 67 yards, and there is a big chunk. 18 yards in Husky territory. 2-minute warning is hit. Outside, big play! Come on, defense. One more stop. We've asked a lot of you today, but we need a little bit more, as it's 2 yards. 2nd and 8 from the 33. Got a nice lane. Run into the red zone to the 17. And Illinois outside. He's got it inside the 10. Goal to go at the 4. Come on. Red option. Alea, thank you. Tackled him for a 1-yard gain. 2nd and goal with under a minute to play. Floating in the back corner. Alba. Please, 3rd and goal. Come on. 2 more plays. Hand off. No. Touchdown. No. 46 seconds to play. You need a field goal to send it to overtime. DeVoe, first play of the drive. No, it's a bad throw. Picked off. You've got to be kidding me. JD DeVoe. Just throw it into the defense, and that could be not just the game, but maybe even the season. Jet pass, and that is gone. Touchdown, Illinois. And even though we will get a penalty, clock expire, field goal to make it a 1-score game, that'll do it. We just dropped to a 3-win Illinois team. That is brutal, and we're going to take a tumble in the rankings, but we'll have to figure out what that's going to look like for us as the rest of the season unfolds. For now, let's go and take a look at a player on our board, Lewis Dills, a 6'4", 220-pound, mega big body receiver, smooth mover, with the ball in his hands. I mean, this is the type of receiver who, he's tall, but he can move, can run routes, and has those long strides. It kind of takes him a little bit of a while to get going. He's not going to burst out the gates on the line. He's not going to, just shoot out of a cannon. But once he gets going, those long strides, he has that pull away speed. He can get going, though, as you can see right here. He'll get the catch, and he just creates the separation. And, he's going to perform well in those open areas. The short game, maybe not his specialty. I do think he has a number of occasional drops. This is a player who very much does kind of remind me a little bit of what Rome Odunze has been at the NFL level. This bigger body, has some nice movement ability, can contested grab, but then has lots of concentration drops, has a little bit of deficiencies that maybe prevent him from so far breaking out into that upper echelon or a number one receiver type, but there's still a lot of room for growth here. I do think another area that you're really looking for him to get better at is blocking. I know that's not like the biggest thing for wide receivers, but you expect a 220-pound, 6'4" wide receiver to be able to really body some cornerbacks, especially guys who are 5'10", 180, 190, but he just doesn't. The effort's lacking there, and that needs to pick up. That needs to be better. We don't need him to be Larry Fitzgerald out there, but if you could at least just try a little bit, that'd be nice. But he'll make some crazy good contested grabs. I think for NIU, if we're looking at him for where he'll fit in, I think he can definitely take over what Miles Kendrick's role has been for us, and maybe be an elevated version of that at his best. I mean, getting those downfield shots, he has the ability to work at that verticality range, intermediate range, and if you can get the blocking, the short area stuff, and those drop issues to be taken care of, then you have yourself maybe even a number one wide receiver. But at the very least, I think you should be looking at a nice contributor, number two wide receiver for this team. So you can take a look at what the top 25 polls are looking like right now. UCLA, Wisconsin, Nebraska, all the way up there. NIU falls to 22 in the country, and they're taking on number 20 Oregon right now. This is a must-win game for both sides. For either Oregon or NIU to make the playoffs, if that is a possibility, you need to win out. You need to go 10-2, and you need to take care of business over these couple of ranked schools each team will be playing. This is a do or die, kind of like a loser season is drastically altered. The loser of this game will probably drop out of the top 25. The loser of this game will not be going to the playoffs. The loser of this game will have no chance to make a splash in the world of college football. So this is about as big as it gets here. And once again, playing one of these big-time teams in the rain. It's going to be a messy one here. Scrambling and diving down for a gain of 4. Oregon busting out the dark jerseys here as they are running for the first. This Oregon squad already lost to Wisconsin. We took a peek at that one. So their losses have not been bad. They have just been, taking on these tough schools. It's a tough conference. It's a stacked conference. And Oregon starting off the game in the first 2 minutes with a touchdown. Jalynne, meanwhile, 4,751 yards. He is just a little over 500 yards away from history. And every single game so far this season, he has gone over 100 yards. It has been a, so far at least legendary 8 games for Leane, as Herndon with the first down. And at the 41-yard line, design rollout. Booker, who is back from injury. He is all good to go, having no game really basically for that Illinois week, and then having the rest of the week off. He is back to 100%, but the harm and the damage was already done with him losing out on playing that Illinois game, because I think we probably would have won that game and our playoff chances would be looking drastically different. As we are in the red zone, 14-yard line. Little route for Elmira. That is going to get him down to the 1-yard line. As goal to go. Roxy Kennedy ties it up. And 7-7 your score. A long drive for both sides in this first quarter, where we're already ticking down to about 3.5 minutes to go as they run it. And not a wrap-up tackle. 3rd down and 3. They spread the field. And with a 4-man rush, a lot of time, but no one's getting open. Eventually somebody does. When you have that much time, yeah, somebody's going to find their way free. As they'll go play action, and an open underneath. The route couldn't stay in bounds. He'll end up with 5. 3rd down and 5. As they'll have, again, a lot of time in the pocket. Eventually it runs out, though, and he gets rid of it out of bounds. NIU takes over, and they go triple option. No, it's just a single option, as Booker will get 4 on the play. 3rd down and 6. Booker with the pressure in and incomplete. So Oregon, good field position. We already seen this in the Michigan game where the rain really causes some messy punts, and our punter isn't good to begin with. Oregon in one play, 28-yard line, run up the middle, and a lot of room. Alba down at the 9. Goal to go. Run the ball, where they have a wide open lane, untouched, touchdown Oregon. And oh boy, this is getting a little scary. Both teams playing for their playoff lives. Booker has Leane. It was a high ball, and he'll have it for 5 yards. First quarter, winding down, run for Kennedy. And he's just absolutely eaten up by the Oregon D-line. 3rd and 6, as they have a wide open Leane underneath. And that'll be enough for the first down. 9 yards on the play. We're on to the second quarter. Elena checks in, and Martin Elena has got a first. That'll be 9 more on the play at about midfield now under center. Quick rush off the edge, untouched, and it's a sack. 2nd and 18 now. As with nobody really open, he'll just have to throw it into the dirt, incomplete. 3rd down and 18. Free rusher in. Incomplete. It didn't matter if he caught it, though. Wouldn't have been enough. But Oregon, 2 unblocked defenders on that drive. Now it's our turn to get the pressure. Sack fumble picked up by Oregon. 3rd and 16. And the pressure again, and it's incomplete again. Oregon punts it. Kennedy on the run, and he'll get nothing on the play. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 10. Has a little bit more time, and will deliver down the field. Herndon can't hang on. And an offensive struggle now for NIU ever since that touchdown drive, as tight end's got a nice block on the edge, sailing him open for a massive catch and run. 2 tight end package now as the running backs got another nice run. My goodness. His lanes up the middle have just been opened up like crazy, as now a little tunnel screen will get him into the 23-yard line, and Oregon very much on track to take a 2-score lead here, and they will. Touchdown. What is the run defense on right now? 21-7, and the Husky season, it's never looked more in jeopardy than it is right now. Booker has Elmira open, and we needed a big play like that. Elmira for about 29 on the play, as they go with a run for Kennedy. Gets past the line. Roxy to the outside, and 7 yards on the play. 2nd down and 3. They'll get a hole opened up there. Roxy for 6 more. Need to get him going more. Quick throw outside. Leane got right at the first down line. It'll be 2nd and 1 on the play. Go Martin Elena's way. Martin Elena for 6 more. 25-yard line. Booker will throw short, and Kennedy will have it out of the backfield. 7 yards. 3rd down and 3. Kennedy stop. 4th and 4, and NIU's going for it. It's a bold call, and it will work out. Obamanu, a rare catch for him. A return man getting involved. There's now end zone shot. Almost picked. Looked like a little miscommunication there. 3rd and goal. What do you got here? Oh, and Kennedy short. It's 6 yards out. 4th and goal. They're going for it. Over the middle. Obamanu, no. It's incomplete. 2.5 minutes to go. And Oregon has the ball up by 14 after a 4th and goal stop. You could have kicked the field goal, but this NIU squad feels like they need touchdowns to win this one. Field goals don't feel like it's going to be enough. And I know it's just the first half, but this is the way that NIU is operated. They're an aggressive team. 95% of the time they get aggressive. So they want to make sure that they can get within 1 score, as Oregon will get an incomplete pass there. So they run it down to about 40 seconds before NIU gets the ball back. And that's a nice one to Kendrick. Sits down and has it to 43. Here is where you would be more willing to settle for a field goal if the opportunity presented itself. Booker, deep ball, Elmira. Oh, he reeled it in. Seti Elmira to the 5. Quick throw, Leane at the goal line. Touchdown, number 55 for Leane. And we'll take it to halftime with a massive, hopefully game-altering touchdown. We can go 2 for 1 here as we get the football to start the half. And we go Roxy on the run, and a nice lane opens up. Roxy for the first down as we're at the 36-yard line. 9.5 to go in this third quarter. Booker will float one deep. One-on-one for Leane. Oh, he's got it. Leane breaks the tackle. And right in front of that stupid Oregon duck, he's going to take a bow. Touchdown. Record-tying 27th 100-yard game and career touchdown number 56 for Leane. And on the defense with a sack. And all of a sudden, it's all tied up, and NIU has got the momentum on their side, and an incomplete pass. It's a 3-and-out. Huskies take over. Kennedy loses 2 on the play. 3rd down and 12. Booker, will they go 3-and-out? Well, here's Leane, just too far. Out of bounds, and it'll be Oregon ball and a drop. And there's the rain getting involved. 3rd down and 8. As they'll have a clean pocket and an open man wide open, just too much space. And into Husky territory. That's about a 27-yarder, and they'll go deep. He's got a little bit of room, potentially. It just floated up there too much. Alba got over there for the swat. And at 2nd down and 10, that ball caught somehow. I mean, most impressive 2-yard catch you'll see all day. 3rd down and 8, and with the 5-man rush, he's still got it all picked up. Wide open man, and we sent the extra rusher, and it just did not work out. Oregon's line has been picking up these extra men anytime we've sent them pretty well, as Frank Stye with the 1-yard tackle for loss. Now another handoff, and he'll have another open room, another lane, another big run, down to the 1, and just 8 carries, 89 yards. You can't get by like that. Oregon for the lead, walking in easily, touchdown, Ducks, 28-21. Halfway through the 3rd quarter, and the little flurry that NIU put up, going 2 for 1 at the halftime mark. Maybe that is our last gasp. I don't know if Jalynne's got any more craziness in him, but we're going to hope somebody does. Kendrick, that ball, it's 4th down, and that ball was not thrown to Kendrick. That's about as heads up of a play as Miles Kendrick has ever made, and that might save us. And it'll be 2nd and 10 at midfield as Leane reels it in for 5 on the play, as it'll be 3rd down and over the middle. Kennedy, incomplete. 4th and 5. Another opportunity to go for it, and Leane, 1st down. Leane just saving us so much, and that low throw incomplete. 3rd down and 10 from the 37. It's a little risky to go for a field goal in this condition, but Jalynne's got us. 8th grab of the game. Let's go into the red zone. Roxy takes us there, and we're 2nd and 1. 2 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Roxy 1st down at the 14-yard line now. Let's go play action. Floating one. And there he is again. Jalynne for 6 more. As we go 8-yard line. And it's Roxy 1st down. Lining up in the slot. 3rd quarter. Under a minute to play. Kennedy's down to the 2. As we'll go 2nd down and goal. It'll be play action. And he'll throw back in the end zone. That was about as good of a throw as you can make, but just not enough space. Incomplete. As it's 3rd down and goal. Booker scrambling. Booker for Leane. Back corner. Just too far again. 4th and goal. Booker. What do you got here? Ball is just into the dirt and incomplete. Another heartbreaking conversion failed at the goal line. And Oregon gets out of the goal line shadow, avoids the safety, has it with the lead, has it in the 4th quarter, and a chance for NIU to get off the field here. 3rd down and 5. Sullivan, big tackle for loss, and a 1-yard loss will set up a punt as NIU takes it back over. Deep ball, that's just going to sail over everybody's head. Incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Booker will hand it to Kennedy, and he's got nowhere to go. Kennedy's one of his worst games of the season. 20 carries, just 54 yards. But when in doubt, Leane's caught us. And Leane, oh my goodness, what will we do without him? Kennedy lost more yards. It's just not working on the ground for us. Booker to the air. You got to do it in the air. He's got him, Dave. Leane needed more air under that one. Booker had him. 3rd and 12 instead. Do you got a conversion in you? Booker looking. Throws. Kendrick too far. 4th down, and you can't kick a 57-yarder in the rain. I don't even know if we have the leg for that. We'll have to punt it away again. And Oregon takes over, direct snap to the QB, dives ahead for the first, and this is where it's getting really worrying now. 2nd and 9. Alea with the tackle for a gain of 5. 3rd down, draw play, and he's just shy. Oh, good. That was insanely close. No challenge, no review. It'll be our ball. And now with a 1st down, Martin Elena checking into the game, taking a couple of carries on Elena, using some nice stop on a dime techniques and getting 7 there. 2nd down, flip it, and there's Elmira. Got room to run. 1st down, and Elmira to the 32 with just 5 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. Kennedy has got 6 more. Time is running out, and this is the drive where it needs to happen. Jalynne Leane with another catch for a 1st down. 17 yards out. Oh, Roxy! He got open! Touchdown! Huskies! We'll tie it up. Roxy out of the backfield. Got lost. And Oregon now, with 4 minutes to go, it's a tie game. And everything on the line here for both these schools. And a sack! It's a sack for good. 2nd and 11, incomplete. 3rd and 11, can we get off the field here? He'll throw outside and incomplete. Masarena! He's just a leading coverage at this point. And we'll have the ball close to midfield. 2nd and inches, 3 minutes to go. Open. Leane again. How many catches does he have in this one? 2.5 to play. Kennedy! 1st down and more! Makes a cut to the outside of the 26. We are in position to win this game. We can do it right here, Kennedy! What a time to come alive! He's over 100 yards on the game all of a sudden. Kennedy, keep on going! Carry number 26. How about 27? He's in. Touchdown, Huskies. And the lead is in NIU's hands. Oregon's got 1 minute to play. Get this drive going. Oh, no way. Picked off. It's picked off. Pick 6 on the first play. Alex Westbrooks. That is a game ender. And at the end of this one, it's another pick. And this game is in the hands of the Huskies. What a turnaround at the end of this one. Huskies win it. I mean, you look down, it was 21-28 Oregon. Just in a matter of moments, it's 21 unanswered. 42-28, and a massive performance from Jalynne Leane. Roxy came alive at the end, and what a job from these guys as we move on to the next top recruit that we are looking at, one that I would say is maybe our best chance of getting. Taylor Breeze, a safety. And this secondary has already been spectacular for us, I feel like, and how about adding to it? Taylor Breeze, a 4-star player out of Texas, and, well, this guy is a absolute ball hawk. This is a complete 100% certified playmaker on the back end. Led all of D1 high school athletes with 11 interceptions on the season and had 3 pick sixes as well. He is a threat to take the ball to the end zone every single time he gets his hands on it. He has high zone IQ. He's a very rangy player. He is able to cover that back end like not many in the world of high school football and what will be the world of college football as well. And the only thing really holding him back from being a special player is, I think, just the ability to do things not in coverage. Really, and any questions I have about his coverage ability, I don't have really any questions, to be honest. It's just he is a complete non-factor tackler. There is not going to be any highlights of him making any tackles, making any hits. He is pretty weak. He's pretty frail. He's about 181 pounds, and it's not a good 181 pounds. It's kind of like a, you know, a little bit of that skinny, bony frame. I don't want to say full-on Emmanuel Forbes, but, you know, he could afford to maybe put on some pounds here. You know, talking about a player that we covered earlier on in the season, like Kellen Coley. This is the type of dude that Kellen Coley runs and mows over in the second level. So tackling, not only is he not a good tackler, he's just not really a willing tackler at times. I think he kind of is aware of his tackling deficiencies. He kind of avoids contact a lot of the time. He maybe tries to not get into the path. Maybe tries to preserve himself, make those business decisions because he knows that his value comes in coverage. If he can get to being a better tackler, if he can get to being better on that end of things, I think you could be looking at a special player. But at the very least, you're looking at a very talented free safety who has maybe even potential. We've seen guys like this before to play cornerback as well. We've seen a number of times these cover safeties who aren't tacklers, aren't really box players, aren't really, all good in that aspect of being a safety, move to cornerback and have a lot of success. I think he could be somebody in that role if he doesn't get better at corner. But obviously we're going to be attacking a ball hawk like him for our secondary as we move on to our final non-conference game coming late in the season. Little bit of a break in the action between getting sandwiched with two high caliber opponents because we'll be taking on Nebraska next week, who's one of the top schools in the nation as well, and taking on Boston College here on the road. Boston College 3-5 on the season. NIU, after that big Oregon victory, jumps up to 16 in the polls. Oregon's playoff hopes have been dashed, and we have a chance to keep it moving here. A big win, maybe against not just Boston College, but the Nebraska game is going to be what potentially our season could come down to when it comes to having those quality wins over top tier opponents. But you can't look too far ahead. You got to take care of what's in front of you. As you can see, a flag down here, and this is an interesting one. They motioned out the running back to catch a swing pass. He got the first, but it's actually going to be illegal touching, and you're going to see here, he accidentally stepped out of bounds. So you could see he made a cut. I guess he just wasn't aware of his surroundings. He stepped out of bounds here, and yeah, he just wasn't aware of it, and that'll be NIU football. You can see Leane, 4,914 yards. He is just under 400 yards away from history, and he's got a couple of games left. I mean, he'll have this game, 2 other regular season games, and presumably at the very least 1 bowl game, as it'll be a quick drive for the Huskies, giving it over to Boston College. As that ball up top and a beautiful throw out of bounds that was about as good as it gets, as that one just sitting on it is Westbrooks, who had that game-sealing pick 6 against Oregon. Now dropping back to throw. Pass left side, incomplete. Frank Stye got in there to break it up. 3rd and 10 at the 41. Pressure in, incomplete. And Huskies take back over, as a couple of drives have already come through with no results on either side points-wise. But Booker now looking to get the first strike going as Herndon. Incomplete. Tried to hit him and not able to get it in his hands, as Booker will move right, get it out. There's Roxy out of the backfield. And Roxy Kennedy with room to run. A big play for Roxy. Elena checks in. They go Roxy on the handoff. It'll be 2 yards on the play. 3rd down and 8. Booker is going to throw. We're a wide open man over the middle. Herndon makes a move, cuts it all the way to the 6-yard line, and looking for the end zone now. Roxy, will it be? Yes, it will. Another touchdown for Roxy Kennedy, and he's been piling up a whole bunch of touchdowns in the season. I mean, maybe getting lost in his production because we're over here focusing on Jalynne Leane and him chasing history, but Roxy's had a spectacular season as well. So I mean, he's already carved himself out into the record books at NIU. On the topic of records, though, I mean, Jalynne Leane with another 100-yard game will have the NCAA's all-time record for 100-yard games in a career, looking for number 28. On top of that, he is up to 11 straight 100-yard games dating back to last season. He's gone over 100 every single game this year and closed out the last season with 2 100-yard performances as well. So, I mean, history all on the side of Jalynne Leane right now, as he could set the record of most consecutive 100-yard games. He could set the record also for most 100-yard games in a season. Justin Blackman for Oklahoma State did it 12 times in his big Oklahoma State season, which led him to being a top draft pick. And if Leane gets to 13 games this year, well, he'll have the opportunity to break that record. So records all over the place. As we're in the second quarter, a 4th down try for Boston College, and over the middle, that's going to be caught at the 7-yard line. So Eagles looking for the tie here. Juke to the outside, spins, and Well, Frank Stye got him there. Eventually, somebody was going to bring him down. Direct snap to the quarterback. He's not going to get far. Frank Stye again. Third down and goal. He'll throw. And outside. Open. And not going to get to the end zone. Ritz gets him down. 4th and goal from the 3. They'll kick a field goal. So all of that just for 3 points. And the Huskies take over after that long drive as Booker. There you go. Wide open. Elmira in the flats. And that'll be a first down. Elmira, he's getting some, votes and nominations for the Mackey Award. And obviously, Bolitnikoff is in Leane's sights as well. The Heisman race heating up. And Jalynne Leane, with all the records that he is chasing, definitely looking like he could be the Heisman winner, which would be just unbelievable to think that an NIU wide receiver can go and win a Heisman. I mean, not many schools like NIU get a chance to have a Heisman player and a guy that can change the entire foundation of your program, the entire trajectory of your program forever. As into the end zone, no, just shy, and it's broken up. Elmira couldn't hang on. 3rd and 11. Booker is going to go short. Kendrick is going to go nowhere close. And from the 9-yard line, Huskies will settle for 3. So both teams, long drives got inside the 10 and no touchdowns to show for. So NIU not playing a dominant game right now in this first half over an inferior Boston College team, but still hanging on to this lead and taking care of business at least so far. Second quarter winding down, just 3 minutes to play and clock running as Boston College sending everybody down the field, and that one's going to be caught. Tight end's got the first down into enemy territory. 2-minute warning approaching. Can Boston College? No, I was going to ask. Maybe they can find something, but Sullivan with the sack. Can they find points, though, to close out this half and maybe tie it up? Well, it's going to be a long way to get there because that's going to be a holding penalty, and that'll set them back 2nd and 26. That's a mile of yards to go, and there's a big play. First down. Okay, well, 2nd and 26, no problem. You got like 40 plus on that one. As they'll lose a couple on that play. 1:20 to go. Boston College, this has been another long, winding drive, and I guess these are the teams that have kind of given NIU some trouble, the teams that can really grind it out. As that one up in the air, Alba was sitting on it, incomplete. Field goal. And it looks like we'll go into the half with a 10-6 game, but maybe with 30 seconds to go, NIU can get something here. Elmira, sure. Boston College, they just gave that to us, and that's going to be 19 yards, so maybe you can get 3 points on the board here. There's a quick one to Kendrick, and that's second timeout. You got one more, 17 seconds to play as Booker moving. Booker has a lot of time and a lot of room. Herndon as Boston College, they just basically gave us that field goal. That was, very passive play calling. But, yeah, we'll even that things up with 3 points apiece on those 2 drives, and it'll be 13-6 at half. So these are the teams that, like I said, that Boston College, Illinois, teams like this that have played kind of this keep away, grind it out philosophy where we can't really get into a rhythm. We can't hit those big plays. We can't really get things going because, with a game like this, though, you have to play perfectly. If you're the inferior team, you have to play about as good as it possibly can, and you have to hope that the other team makes mistakes. And a mistake was an opportunity for Boston College to maybe get off the field there on 4th and 1. They don't do it. And at any moment here, we could start pouring things on. Leane with the grab. First down, 33-yard line. Booker is sacked. Oh, a fumble. There's your mistake. There it is. Oh, it's scooped up in Boston College. Gone. Literally talking about just you can't give a team like this that mistake, that window, that open door. Tie game now as Kennedy will set up 3rd down and 3. Back to him. He's got the first down. As we're approaching halfway through this 3rd quarter, Booker to the air. Booker wide open on the flats. There's Kennedy. He'll run through defender and spin through another. Booker to Kennedy into enemy territory. They'll go play action. Booker finds another running back out of the backfield. This time it's Taj Marcus getting involved in the passing game. 34-yard line as Huskies have moved the ball. They just need to cash in for touchdowns. They've gotten a couple of field goals, and this is why this team likes to play aggressive. They don't like settling for field goals as off play action. Leane, end zone, touchdown! Leane, number 57 of his career, and Boston College takes over, sacked. 2nd and 16 now after Prince Sarentine gets in there And Boston College with a long way to go. They've converted a 2nd and 26. How about 16? And there it is again. Boston College, they're a frisky little team, and they're not letting us run away with this one quite yet, as they are going to break a tackle there. And, well, there you go. 4 yards. That would have been, right at the line of scrimmage, maybe even lose yards. Instead, they're keeping it rolling. Another first down, 31-yard line. Blitz sent in. They get it out. Running back is going to go down for 2, 3rd down and 5. 1:30 to play. Sullivan in! Sacked him! 4th down, Boston College field goal. And the field goal! Oh, it's blocked! We blocked the field goal! Whoa, what a play on the interior to block it! Wow, you don't see that often as the Huskies take over with a minute to play in the quarter. Booker, play action, immediately goes for the shot. Oh, Leane, touchdown. There's the record for the most 100-yard games in a career. He's telling you to crown him the Heisman Trophy winner. That's also another touchdown to inch closer to the all-time record. As a fumble now. Okay, what's going on, Boston College? That's a late fumble. And what looked like maybe it wasn't actually a fumble. There's no review. There's no overturning. Alea picks it up. And, well, here we are once again with the football. And just like that, this game has really turned on its head. Booker running and down to the 11-yard line. We go to the 4th quarter at the 12. Booker will run. Booker got room. He's extending this play, and he's going to keep it all the way. Touchdown, and just like that, a 3-touchdown lead in the 4th quarter. And yeah, this is what also NIU does. This is what we were talking about. You got to play a perfect game, it feels like, if you're the inferior team, because in one little moment, NIU could completely change the complexion of a game, turn things upside down, and really just run away with it. I mean, this game was 13-13 not long ago. And NIU now with the ball back. I mean, Boston College has basically conceded this one. They didn't even go for it here. Leane with another grab. And Leane, I mean, yeah, this is just history for Leane. History continuing to be made. I mean, you're looking at 5,000 receiving yards in his career. Martin Elena inside the 5-yard line. He's going to give it to Kennedy now. No good, but there's no problem here. They'll take the field goal, make it a 24-point game, and later on they'll get the football back with 2.5 minutes to go, run it inside, another touchdown, and what was once a 13-13 game ends 44-13. Roxy goes for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. Leane 144 and 2 touchdowns. And we now go and look at the Heisman race. Leane and the Comella twins are sitting atop. Also, distantly there is Raquel Osgood trying to get back into the top 5, but we'll actually stay on the topic of running backs for a moment. The emerging star down at USF, Bobby Jennings, a player we talked about a few years back, someone that was on our recruiting board. Yeah, he's finally gotten his opportunity here for USF, and he has been thriving. This is another breakout running back. I mean, look at the running backs that this nation has to offer. Raquel Osgood, Roxy Kennedy, now Bobby Jennings, over 1,000 yards on the season. He has led this USF team to a top 25 ranking and puts up his best performance over this Memphis squad that was really good in run defense, one of the top teams in the All-American Conference, and it just wasn't enough as Bobby Jennings just tore them apart. But we have plenty of talented running backs in the world of college football. It's probably more healthy than it has looked in years, as Jennings even did it in the receiving game as well. Jennings all the way down inside the 5. What a year for running backs, and there's even other guys that we'll get into. There's one other guy specifically that has been a real shocking story in the world of college football, but it's not all good. It's not all positive. Blaise Carlisle has had a disappointing end to his college career as he actually got hurt in his senior season after 4 games, and he'll actually end up missing time and missing majority of his senior season. So, while we've had a lot of good in the running back world, not good there. We look at the top 25, you can see USF pointing them out, 21 in the nation, Michigan sitting there at 25, and this is about as big of a game as it's going to get for us in terms of trying to make the playoffs. We had battled back to take out Oregon. We battled back from that Illinois loss. We're sitting at 15th in the country. Nebraska has come off their first loss of the season. Guess who it was to? I'll give you a second. It was Wisconsin. Wisconsin has been running through the world of college football this year, and it's been the Comela's world so far. And, well, Nebraska's trying to rally back and come out here with a victory and stay in the top 10, stay in the college football playoff hunt. For us, again, it's another do-or-die game. I mean, you could even argue it's do or die for Nebraska. One of these two teams could be on the outside looking in. Who will it be, though? Number 9 Nebraska on the road, as they will have the football first. And with the ball in the possession of Nebraska, taking the shot down to the end zone, incomplete. And an early field goal try is going to be passed up. They go for it up 4th down, and they get it. What a bold call, Nebraska. They're playing to win today, and they're going to be giving us their best shot. Touchdown on the ground. Nebraska wastes no time. Jalynne, meanwhile, closing in on history, over 5,000 yards. He is at 5,058 yards in his career. Just about, 250, 240 yards away from the all-time record. So you maybe doubt that he'll get it today unless he puts up a generational performance, but it's Jalynne, and in a must-win game, that's where Leane shines. So let's see what we're going for as Leane. They took a shot out the back of the end zone, though. 3rd down and 9 at the 24-yard line. It's going to be a false start, and that's going to be a crucial misfire there, as that'll back us up to a 3rd and 14. And Leane is the target. He's got the grab, 1 yard shy, 4th and 1. That's going to give us the chance to go for it. Can we match Nebraska here? Booker outside, Herndon. 1st down, so both teams on a 4th down on their opening drive. Converted, Kennedy. Can we find the end zone just like Nebraska did? Booker, quick slant, incomplete. Went for Herndon, couldn't get it. 3rd down and 8. Booker is going to go for the end zone. Leane met at the goal line, but he's in. Touchdown. Touchdown number 59 for Jalynne. 1 away from tying the all-time record. And Jalynne, he's trying to stamp his name as the greatest receiver in college football history, as Nebraska taking over. And an 8-yard run sliding down, 3rd down. And they just misfire there. It's 4th and 1, and they're going to punt it. Ooh, I don't know about that one, but I guess they had a good idea. What a punt. That is perfect. And Booker can't get it to Herndon. They tried to throw it. Now they'll run it here. And Kennedy, it's a safety. Oh my, what a punt from Nebraska. I guess you can't question if you go and give your team 2 points. And right back at the 40-yard line they go. So no harm done, and they get the 2 points on top of it. Nebraska, meanwhile, is going to keep it moving on offense like they didn't ever even have to get rid of the ball, as it'll be a 5-yarder there, 1st quarter, down to about a minute to play. They'll throw over the middle. It's speared in the back of the receiver and incomplete. 3rd down and 5. Play action as they go down the middle, and it's caught. Alea couldn't break it up, and it's down to the 5. Okay, we're looking for the 2-score lead. Nebraska is got it back in the end zone right in front of the mascot. Touchdown. Being down 2 scores with the way this Nebraska offense is played, how good of a team they are, could be discouraging, especially on the road where this team has got their crowd on their feet. But, we've not been in the deep waters as much as a team like Nebraska historically has been, but we have to prove that we can handle these big-time moments, as an incomplete pass there, 3rd down and 10 from the 35. Booker to the air. Booker with pressure in, he gets rid of it, incomplete, and he'll have to settle for a field goal. This one won't be easy. 50+ on the road, and kick is good. All right, 16-10, 1-score game, right back at it, as the defense now needs to come up with some sort of help for us. Nebraska's defense helped out a lot, got a safety. Obviously, the special teams played a factor in it as well. We're going to need some sort of hinge point. The special teams got Nebraska points, essentially. We're going to need something like that. A defensive touchdown would be great, obviously. A big-time turnover would be great. A special teams touchdown. We need to nail our field goals. We need to lock in on those facets of the ball. It can't just be us relying on our offense to outscore this Nebraska team. I think this Nebraska team is just too good. Third down and 6, though. And see, this is what I mean. They're just too good. We need big plays on the other sides of the football as they pitch it out. He gets the block down the field, inside the 10, into the 7. Goal to go, and Nebraska quick to the outside, caught, and it'll be a yard. Third down and goal as they are aiming to get that 2-score lead right back. He's chased, he is sacked, and at least we hold him to 3, but it will be once again a 2-score lead. 19-10. Run for Kennedy is going to have 3 on the play. Second down and 7 as Booker is going to go outside. There's Leane. Got space, and Jalynne. He's got a big play to the 44-yard line. Now inching towards that 5,100-yard mark in the career receiving yard category. He is already firmly second all-time now as Booker rolls out. Has Elmira in the flats and Seti Elmira. We're going to need other players to step up as well, to come up big with some big plays. It can't just be Jalynne Leane, because we know that's their number 1 priority, to try to take him out of the game, as difficult as it may be, because Jalynne Leane is just not that easy to stop. There's the record-tying 60th touchdown for Jalynne Leane, and that is going to put him 1 away from standing alone as the all-time touchdown leader for receiving in college football history. What a career, what a player. But we got to still focus in on our hopes and dreams of making the college football playoffs that ride on this game and the final game if we even win this one. As over the middle, that pass caught, and Nebraska with ease is moving it. Can we hold to another field goal to keep it a 1-score game as they sweep it? No, we can't! What downfield blocking? These receivers are just so good at blocking. Everybody doing their job perfectly. Once again, a 2-score game. Leane! And that's 100-yard game number 13 in a row for Leane. He's already broken the record for most 100-yard games in a career, and he's just adding to it. Now looking to try to chase the record for the most 100-yard games in a season. That's his 11th, so he's 1 shy of tying that record as well. 37 seconds, meanwhile, is Jalynne Leane inside the 10. Leane down to the 6. First and goal. 30 seconds to go. Kennedy, can we get it into the end zone right before the half? Roxy stopped again. 2 yards out. Third and goal. Booker got it. Ahern did incomplete. It's 4th and goal. They're going for it. JD DeVoe checks in. DeVoe, touchdown. Direct snap to our running quarterback, and he gets it in. 26-24 with the extra point, and Nebraska has a big run. You can't let them put up points before the half, but they might do it. 13 seconds, and that's going to be caught. He gets around a defender, and he's in field goal range. Come on. Nebraska, 8 seconds, maybe has 1 shot to take. They're going to take it. It's caught, but it's at the 1. At the 1. And they'll kick it 1 yard away from a potentially back-breaking touchdown. Instead, it'll be 29-24. Nebraska has not been stopped yet. 29 points in the first half. This defense needs to figure it out. We are doing our thing on offense, though. 24 on the board, and Jalynne Leane adding to the total. Another first down as they are going to go Kennedy up the middle, and Roxy has got 6 more. Jalynne Leane is banged up on the play. He's going to be evaluated for an ankle injury, and Booker sacked. 3rd and 18. And Leane off the field here. Gotta go somewhere else. They're gonna go to Kendrick, and it's incomplete. They'll have to punt. With our playoff hopes on the line and shy of making history, Leane down with an ankle injury, and we need to try to figure this out now. Is this getting really dire if we can't stop him here? 3rd down and 3 as they'll throw, and he's pressured. He's getting away. No, he's got the first, and this Nebraska offense keeps it going as they'll throw down the middle, and that's just caught. This Nebraska team can't do any wrong on offense as they'll finally get a tackle for a loss. 2nd and 13. Quick throw to the outside. He's got room, though. Breaks the tackle, and he'll have 10 on the play. 3rd and 3. Direct snap, and just like how we scored, they get it into the 21-yard line on a first down. Run it. as that'll be 1 yard loss there, 2nd and 11. 5 minutes to go, and they throw it over the head of the receiver. But 5 minutes left in this third quarter. 3rd and 11, rolling left. Is he going to run? Yes, he will. First down again. Goal to go at the 6. Can we hold as they get him down for a 2-yard loss again? But every time we stop him for a loss on first down, they come back with something bigger. Just like that. Touchdown. What a grab. Leane, he checks back into the game. Jalynne, it doesn't matter if he's got a bum ankle. It's a big grab for Leane. He's not going to come off the field here. He's making sure he is playing through injury for his team. It's going to be sparingly, but he is playing. As a throw for Kendrick is going to be a first down. Can we win without Leane at 100%? Somebody else has got to step up. It's going to be Sonny O'Mara, double coverage, touchdown, Huskies. That's what you need, somebody else to step up. 36-31. And the Huskies are matching pace with this Nebraska team, but you just need a stop. 2nd and 8. He'll be stopped for just 2. 3rd and 6. Can he get off the field? No! Oh my goodness. Every time. Pitch it out. And he'll have a solid first down run of 5 on the play. 1:30 in the third quarter. Running it. And he'll fall forward for another first down. I mean, what do you do? What do you call here? Flag is down. Maybe that's the break you need. It's going to be a holding. And that is going to be setting them back. But I think we'll actually just take the decline here. 3rd and 9. We'll take our shot here. One deep shot. And incomplete. We finally got to stop. We got to stop. And now the offense. Can you come up big here? Can you come up with a touchdown with a, banged up one-legged Jalynne Leane? Kendrick. First down as Booker will throw in the flats. It's Kennedy. And the fourth quarter underway in a highly stressful game in which the season is on the line for both sides. DeVoe is in. DeVoe throwing, and he's banged up. He's sacked. Everybody kind of getting a little banged up. Booker had to come off. He's fine. He just had to come off and check out for another injury, but he'll be fine. He'll be back in. DeVoe, though, he immediately got hurt. So, I mean, if both quarterbacks were down, it would have been brutal. Regardless, though, we had to punt, and just when we finally stopped Nebraska, they stopped us. So we need to figure out how to get another stop. It's 3rd and 4. Well, here's our opportunity. 7 minutes to play. Screen set up. He's got a lot of room. He's got the first and more. Get it through into the red zone. Down to the 7. Come on. Nebraska to the air. He's sacked. It's Masarena lay on the blitz. We're dialing up everything we can. We got to hold them. It's a stop for 3rd and goal at the 7. Can we force the field goal? He's throwing with time and nowhere to go. It's short, and we got him off the field. The field goal try is good. 39-31. It's now or never for the Huskies. Here's Jalynne Leane. Leane with one good leg. 10th grab of the game. He's playing on this drive. He is not leaving. Leane! Oh, no way! Jalynne! Oh, you've got to be kidding me! Even on one leg! He's got it! And we're down to the 17. Kennedy up the middle. First down at the 6. Come on, if Leane can do it on one leg, you guys can do it. We can pull it up with just 4.5 to go. Booker, touchdown! Almera's 2nd, and we did a 2-point conversion for the tie. Who do you go to? Jalynne, touchdown, and the 2 is good. Tied up, all tied with 4.5 to go. Defense, what do you got for us? 2nd down and 10. Nebraska to the air, and that ball over the head of the receiver. It's 3rd down. Nebraska, it's incomplete. No, he got it. Oh my, no way. Alea was there, and what a play. Alea made it there, and he still caught it. Now on 3rd down. This time around, we get off the field. And a punt with 4 minutes to play. Nebraska boots it deep, and Abamanu's gonna field it inside his own 10. Abamanu goes left, and then cuts it back middle. Oh, no way! Abamanu! Oh, he's got the putter! It gets by him! Oh, it's gonna go! And the special teams! Touchdown! A 93-yard punt return touchdown for the Leane! And Nebraska! They don't know what hit them! A 3-yard loss! And getting the yards back on second down! Nebraska! They have no idea what has just happened in this fourth quarter! They're down and complete! Alea makes the play! We have it back! We can win it here! Nebraska timeouts. Nebraska screen set up. It's Leane. It doesn't matter if he's on one leg. He's got the first. And a couple more to do it. Kennedy. Roxy. First down and more. And this is unbelievable. Kennedy for the game. One more will do it. And Roxy. First down. Game over. Huskies somehow, some way, win it, allowing 560 yards of offense, and they win it on a punt return touchdown, and Jalynne Leane on one good leg goes for 222 yards and 2 touchdowns. Leane, going into the final game of the season, is 5 yards away from making history. He is at 5,280 yards. And the only thing standing in the way potentially for NIU making the playoffs now is USC, who's looking to play spoiler on senior day in the final home game of the career of Jalynne Leane, Roxy Kennedy, and company. This is about as big as it gets. Leane, 5 yards away from history and 1 touchdown away from history as well. Also another 100-yard game away from history. This could be a historic performance for Jalynne Leane and a historic game for the NIU program to try to punch their ticket to a playoff appearance, but USC's not going to let it be easy. And they're already driving down this field in quick fashion as a stop in the backfield's going to give them a 5-yard loss as a second down and goal. Throwing in the flats, they got the tight end, and they'll get a lot of those yards back. Third and goal. From the 3, screen set up, and not gonna find the end zone. 4th and goal, they'll settle for a chip shot field goal that they missed. They miss it. And Roxy takes the field alongside Jalynne Leane for the final time in a home game. Booker will go fake it. He's just gonna throw it deep. Double coverage. Picked off. But there is a flag down. They really wanted to go out there on the first play and just chuck a deep ball to Jalynne Leane. And while it was picked off, it's actually going to be pass interference, so we'll take all of that. I mean, it worked out better than you might have thought. Kennedy on the ground, and for the last time, we're going to be seeing some of these guys out here in this big-time home environment, as when they first joined this school, the stands were rather bare. Nowadays, it's pretty lively. You know, it's really great to see like a lively, loud crowd here. And, you know, compared to not even being able to sell out a quarter of the stadium. I mean, you had to hand out 3-for-1 specials just to get this place at capacity of 25%. Now you're selling out every single week because everybody wants to see this dynamic offense. 3rd down and 14, the call here as Booker will throw deep ball in over the head of everybody. No Jalynne Leane on that drive, as I'm still waiting for him to get those final couple of yards to put himself into the history books once and for all. I mean, it seems like just a formality at this point that he will break this record, and it's just a matter of when, not if. But for USC, not only do they want to see if they could pull off a miracle and not let him break the record, they want to see if they can pull off one of the most heartbreaking games, and I would say actually the most heartbreaking loss in NIU history, which would be beating them here, taking them out of the playoffs, and USC got a big play to the 25-yard line. Quarterback already over 100 yards passing as the first quarter, winding down at Masarena with a big tackle for loss. We'll go to the second quarter where they're throwing for the end zone. Knocked away. Westbrook will force fourth down, and the field goal is this time good. 3-0 USC leads. Kennedy is going well over 1,300 yards on the season with these couple of carries. At second down and 5. Quick to the outside. Seti Elmira, who has really just been such a great player for this team. I can't say enough good things about Seti's development as Kennedy to the edge. And he'll have about 4 on the play. Still waiting for that play for Leane. And there it is. Jalynne Leane! And it goes up and over. Your all-time receiving leader in the history of college football is Jalynne Leane. And we're not done yet, but the possession will come to an end with nothing. So while Leane now has stamped himself into the record books, more work has to be done, though, to try and make sure you get out of here with a victory. You don't want to take this USC team lightly, and you could celebrate. You can keep that game ball, put it in the Husky Hall of Fame, or put it in the College Football Hall of Fame, wherever you want to put it, but make sure that you win this game, though. You get the football back after a nice stop and go play action. Booker is going to go outside. Jalynne Leane, they're going to call it incomplete, but we'll throw the challenge flag, and look how obvious that was. That would have been good in the NFL, where Leane's certainly going to be playing soon enough. 2 feet inbounds, and we'll have it at midfield. Counter run. Kennedy with the room. And Kennedy for 14 on the play. And stretch it. No play action. Booker will throw on the run. And Miles Kendrick, it's his last game as well. Don't forget some of the other players that have been key contributors as Roxy touchdown. It'll be the Huskies lead 7-3 as USC with just 4 minutes to go in the half will have a tackle for loss. 10 carries, just 12 yards. So the USC run game not been good, and the passing game not helping them there either. As Huskies take over, they'll go triple option, flip it out, and here's Herndon on the run. And Herndon has got a first down. It's his final home game as well, potentially. I mean, you know, I guess playoff potential, there is something there if you win a home game in the playoffs, but, you know, we'll at least just say for regular season home game, as Booker will go rolling. Booker to Kennedy, and incomplete, 3rd down and 10. Booker to the air now. Where is he going to find a receiver? Down the middle, incomplete, and it's 4th down, field goal try, as kick will be just enough. Good. And hey, it's our kicker's final home game as well. He's a senior. 10-3. Deep pass. USC always got it over the top, and at the 2-minute warning, USC could maybe try to find some points here as they'll dive ahead for 5 yards. 3rd down now. 1:20 to play as he will have a lot of time, and a wide open receiver out of bounds. Stop the clock. 1:16. 25 yards out. Quick to the tight end. He'll go out of bounds as well, but another 5 yards. Just keeping it going as they will run it. And 1st down and more inside the 10. And 30 seconds to play for USC. Shovel it to the tight end. Breaks 2 tackles. Gets it 5 more yards. 4 yards away. Quick slant. Touchdown. USC ties it up with 20 seconds to go as Kennedy is going to run. And we were maybe thinking of taking it to half. Well, an 18-yard run gives us a chance at a field goal. Abominu with the grab. We'll take 8 more there. 14 seconds to go. 1 timeout at midfield. Kendrick is going to have another couple of yards there. 6 seconds to play. Timeout still in our pocket. And Elmira down. He's got it. And what a quick drive for a field goal. Good. And that is an amazing way to operate the end of the half sequence there. Not so good for USC. And this upset-minded Trojans team, 13-10. It's a close one here. Booker will run as NIU will have this first possession of the second half as they'll toss it, and Kennedy is going to get some nice blocking. 1-on-1 in the open field and a nice tackle there. Still a 1st down, though. Kennedy 80 yards on 9 carries, so he's running it well. Elmira with the grab as Seti will have a 1st And we'll have it at the 48-yard line. In motion, Leane will have it out of the backfield. Leane spinning, and Leane just adding to make that record more difficult for the next person who wants to try to break it, as he is eyeing another record. Can he break it here? As there he goes, Leane down to the 3. And that was almost the record-breaking touchdown. Kennedy on the ground. Can't get in, 2 yards away as they go quick outside. And there it is, 61 touchdowns and the all-time touchdown leader as he breaks both records in his final regular season game for the Huskies. And that's another incredible milestone for Leane, who is rewriting wide receiver history for college football. It's 20-10, and USC is now in desperate need of some points here if they want to have a chance to pull off this upset. And they will run it outside, tackled for a loss, and there's a couple of guys getting in there. 2nd and 14 with 5 minutes to play in the third quarter, and that throw will get them 5 on it, and we'll go 3rd down. Quick to the flats, and he can't get it. Not even close, loses a yard. They'll go for a field goal from 54. Kick, no good. 2nd missed field goal for USC, and that one's a brutal miss. As now NIU takes over with a 10-point lead. Booker will throw, tip ball. No, it's picked off the tip, and taking it all the way is down to the 2, and an unfortunate luck for the Huskies, a tip pick, and almost all the way for a touchdown. And that is exactly what USC needs to get back in this for a 1-score game. Right up the middle, he stopped, and we're going to try our best to hold him out of the end zone. 2nd and goal, though, over the head of the receiver. It's 3rd and goal from the 5. USC with time, and that's going to be a touchdown. What an unlucky pick, and it's a 3-point game now as Herndon with the grab there. It'll be 2nd down and 6 with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Kennedy finds a nice little lane, gets to the outside, and Roxy, so slippery when he wants to be. Another 100-yard performance to add to his career as they go with Leane. Here he goes. Leane's over 100 yards again. That's a record-tying 12th 100-yard game in a season. All 12 games. Leane going airborne. He's putting on a show for the final time in NIU's home as Booker rolls out. And that ball just too low. Herndon was open. 4th and 3, the Huskies are going to go for it. It's a risky call, but they wanted to get it back into the end zone and find themselves up by 2 scores. Booker gets it out. Kennedy! Oh, he could hold the block, and he doesn't get it. USC takes over, and this is a game where, I mean, USC's missed 2 field goals. If they made them, they'd be winning right now. Like, this is... This is actually getting scary. Upset alert. I think it's about time you put them on upset alert and say USC could pull this one off. With under a minute to go in the third, they're in NIU territory. And what a sour way to end things would it be to lose this game. Sarentine gets a tackle for loss. We're on to the 4th quarter. And USC, the Trojans in the flat. He's got another long field goal try. He missed from 54. Can he hit it once again? It's time for the tie. Oh, he missed it again. And I guess luck is going to be on our side this time. We had the unlucky pick, but 3 missed field goals is going to be what changes everything potentially for this game, because USC, they're going to get a 3 and out, but I mean, can you even rely upon your kicker if it comes to that again? 3rd down and 9, 7 minutes to play as they are going to throw one deep, 1-on-1, incomplete. Huskies will take over with 1 chance to maybe see if they could find the end zone here to make it a 2-score game. Instead, it'll be 3rd down and long and nowhere to go with the ball. Oh, it's off target and picked off. No, inside the 20, USC. They could take the lead. And a bad throw from Booker 17 yards out, and this field goal would be really close. I mean, they've missed one already from close, so they got to find the end zone here, I think, at this point. You might even consider going for it on 4th down. 3rd and inches, though. From the 7, they snake it. 1st and goal at the 6 for the lead. USC running, gets in, and in. Touchdown, USC has the lead with 5 minutes to play. And NIU, this would be catastrophic. This would be awful, and it's incomplete. 3rd down and 9. You gotta convert here. Everything's on the line. Booker got it. Elmira to the 39. You need a touchdown in the next 4.5 to go to the playoffs. Kennedy has got the 1st down. We're now 50 yards away. Booker will flip it to Elmira. It's set for a 9-yarder. They'll give him 9 for a 2nd and inches. Play action now. Deep ball, and it's way off target. No one was able to catch that one. 3rd and inches. They'll go with Kennedy. Oh, he stopped. No, it's 4th and 1. Huskies going for it. Kennedy lined up at the fullback spot. They'll give it to him. He's got it. And it keeps hopes alive a little bit longer. Now a draw. Kennedy is going to have a nice run. That's another 10 yards. NIU playing clock draining offense. They're going to try to make this the last drive as Booker underneath Elmira. 16 yards away. It's a risky strategy, but they want this game to be over here. 3rd down and 5, though. 1 minute to play. Who do you go to? Jalynne! 1st down and goal, 30 seconds to play for the season. Everything's on the line. Kennedy down to the 2, and they have it with 15 seconds to play. Kennedy, step forward. Kennedy, touchdown. Huskies, they are in for what looks like the win. One more play, and it is caught but well shy. Game over. Huskies come out and win it at the end when it looked like they were going to let it slip away. What a finish for that one, as that was so scary. But we go to the end of the season here. NIU finishes 3rd in the Big Ten, so no conference championship, but we will have conference championship action here from a couple of other teams that we have eyes on. So we're going to tune in to the Comella versus Comella Big Ten title game, and not only that, let's take a look at an old friend here in the MAC championship. Toledo, who is coming in with playoff aspirations. Number 10 in the country, Toledo, 12-0. Cash Riley has led Toledo to an undefeated record and looking to take home the MAC. And he throws it down the field for a touchdown. And this game was all Toledo, all Cash Riley. They are looking for that group of 5 spot. Well, I think they're going to be off and running with it as Cash Riley and Enrique Saunders hooked up for a couple of big plays. Deep ball, end zone, perfect drop in the basket for Cash Riley, who has really turned things around here after getting cut loose by NIU. He has become maybe the best version of himself here at Toledo as he'll throw to the outside. That ball caught and another touchdown as Toledo just steamrolls their way to a top 10 ranking, a college football playoff appearance. And how ironic is it that going into that week, NIU was 11th in the country. Toledo was 10th. Cash Riley was actually higher ranked as a touchdown there to seal things up once and for all. And why not just keep on adding for good measure? Cash Riley throws for 5 more touchdowns, including this one, which was a electric play by the running back. All the way touchdown Toledo. Rockets take it home, and a dominant MAC championship game. 48-34. Broncos did kind of put up a couple of points at the end to make it closer, but Cash Riley will punch his ticket to the playoffs as a starting quarterback, and maybe we'll see them down the line. And how about for the Big Ten title? Story here is, slightly younger brother JJ Comella at Minnesota has never beaten TJ. TJ's always been kind of the golden kid, the golden child here, #1 quarterback recruit, the guy at Wisconsin, the guy in high school, the #1 overall recruit. And every time they have matched up, it's been older brother getting the best of them. TJ, meanwhile, trying to seal maybe a Heisman candidacy. JJ trying to do the same. Leane, his season's finished. He feels like he deserves the Heisman. It's Comellas and Leane fighting it out, and first round bye is on the line here for Minnesota. 2 11-1 teams, two teams competing for that Big Ten title as we start on the side of TJ for Wisconsin, finding his top receiver Coco Reynolds for a big play, as Comella will also dice up this Minnesota defense. It seems like every single time TJ plays his brother, he is on another level and is just on target with a touchdown. Both teams have already punched their ticket to the playoffs. Both teams are A-OK when it comes to their playoff standing, and it's not just about the Big Ten title, though. It's about trying to finally take out your brother, and for TJ, trying to hold off the guy who's been chasing you all your life, basically, as TJ with the play action. He is just throwing on the run, and even he's just dicing him up. I mean, it's just a perfect game when these big-time performances are needed. It's where TJ plays his best, and it's where JJ has kind of struggled at times, where he is kind of unraveled. He's gotten rattled, and now we move over to see what JJ has as he throws on the run for a completion, a big play at the tight end, getting to the 20-yard line as they go to the red zone, where Comella finds the tight end down to the 2-yard line and finishing it off with his running ability in, and JJ Comella started to really come into his own in this game, especially where he had been on fire all season. He had been the better brother statistically. He had been the better brother performance-wise in every aspect of the game, and I think he started to finally believe it himself. He can be the better brother, and he started to really play with a confidence that he hadn't done in years, as JJ lights up the scoreboard with another touchdown. And how about just keeping it going, pouring it on, touchdown again, and JJ Comella with a third touchdown. And how about making it another one? But he is going to do it on the ground, through the air, doing things that his brother only dreamed he could do. And that's run the football like no other quarterback in the world of college football, and then drop dimes like that for a score. As JJ did what he thought was maybe not possible, and what a lot of people maybe thought he couldn't do. Beat his brother in a big game. JJ takes out TJ for the first time in his life and gets to hold the Big Ten title trophy high, and which takes us to the end of the season, where results are in, ballots have been casted, and in one of the most highly anticipated Heisman races in college history, I feel like, the Comellas and Leane arrived in New York as Taylor Breeze commits to NIU, but the Comellas and Leane arrived, and at the trophy presentation, your Heisman winner, JJ Comella, comes up on top. Leane finishes second. TJ finishes third in Heisman, as Leane still takes home the Bolitnikoff Award, as he had, definitely the best receiving season in the country, and all Leane did was be the best that he could, and it wasn't enough. Masarena Alea takes home the Best DV Award as well, so 2 awards coming home to the Huskies and into the playoffs. NIU will actually get a home playoff game, taking on a great Iowa State team who went 12-1. Minnesota gets a first round bye. Wisconsin gets a first round bye. And Leane, I mean, it's quite literally one of those things where, what more could you have done? You set all the records. You did everything you could do. You had 1,700 yards in 12 games, 17 touchdowns. Carried your team all the way to the playoffs. And you can let me know if you feel like that's a Heisman snub, or if JJ deserved it after having the incredible season he had and finally beating his brother. It was the Big Ten title game that kind of put him over the edge, as this is a huge matchup now. NIU had made the playoffs last year. They took on Alabama on the road. It was close, but not quite. Now they're taking on one of the best that the Big 12 has to offer, Iowa State. 12-1, Iowa State. Looking for the first playoff win in program history behind Roxy and Jalynne getting to play at least one more home game. And yeah, this will actually be the last home game for good as Jalynne coming out here with a spin move, and Leane, after falling shy of a Heisman Trophy, I think he would trade it all. I think he would trade a Heisman Trophy and all the records to bring this Husky team to a national championship. As Booker to the air now. 2nd down and 3. Incomplete pass it as he was throwing. 3rd down and 3 as they'll go stretch. Kennedy, 1st down and more. Roxy to the 15-yard line as Ty Haywood banged up, but it'll be all right. 15 yards out. Booker will try to scramble. He's got a little bit of space and dives ahead for 7. 3rd down and 3. Quick throw as Herndon shy. It's 4th and inches, and they're going to go for it. They're going to just try to see what they can do here, but a full start. And that is brutal. 4th and inches, back them up. That means Huskies are going to instead just take the field goal as they are going to hit it. 3-0 lead. Iowa State takes over. Matt Zoller's the quarterback who has, been one of the top quarterback prospects in the world of college football. Found himself landing here at Iowa State and taking this team to a 12-win season in the playoffs as he will throw outside. Incomplete and almost into the hands of a defender for a pick, but it will be a punt instead as Iowa State puts their defense back out there. Leane short. And Jalynne, there's nothing left for him to do except just win. He's broken all the records. I guess he can break one more with a 100-yard game today, but he's done it all. He's just down to see if he can try to win here as a sack will force a punt from Iowa State. And the Cyclones with a big shot over the middle. 1st down to the 46-yard line as they will throw again. Clean pocket in. He will deliver to the tight end into enemy territory. 2nd down and 9. He'll throw low, incomplete. 3rd down and 9, sending 4 again. Sullivan can't get in there, and I thought it's picked off. He tested Westbrooks, and it's picked off. A guy like Aurelius Aritz has been battle-tested throughout this season. He's had his ups, he's had his downs, but a guy like Westbrooks on the right side, he has not been tested much, and when he has, it hasn't gone the way of any receiver, it feels like, or any quarterback. Westbrooks gives us the ball back, but it might mean nothing with that sack. 3rd and 18 as Booker moving right. Booker is going to flow one. O'Meara incomplete. Couldn't hang on to it. It was a tough one to bring in, but Iowa State, our defense came to play today as the first quarter looks like it's going to be maybe just 3-0 as they'll flow one deep, incomplete. 3rd down and long. Both defenses, I guess, coming to play here as they'll throw it up top. No, he's got him. It's touchdown. And that is, I was just talking about Aritz has had his ups and downs. That was a down there as the first quarter will come to an end. 7-3 Iowa State with the lead as O'Meara will wrap things up with a nice play there. As at the 44-yard line, run it. Kennedy has got a 1st down. No, not quite. They'll call it 2nd and inches, and we move to 3rd down and inches as Martin Elena lined up in the up back spot and got a big run. That'll be at the 30-yard line. Counter Kennedy as Kennedy's got 9 more. He's already up to 49 yards in this one. Running it well. They'll toss it out. Kennedy. Oh, he's going to throw it. Roxy. Touchdown to Jalynne. Oh, busted out the trick play in the playoffs. Roxy throws it to Leane. Senior to senior. Cornerstone to cornerstone. And the lead for the Huskies. 10-7 as Zollers will go read option and has a lot of room. Past the 40. And it'll get it to about the 47-yard line as Iowa State looking to respond after the trick play touchdown as that throw up top is going to be caught for 5 yards. Zollers over 100 on the game so far as they'll throw high again as one caught in a 1st down. So trying to keep it away from the defense. This is a ball hawking hungry for turnovers defense. Play action. Zollers is going to step up and throw to an open man, and it's incomplete. He just couldn't get enough on it, and the receiver couldn't slow down enough. 3rd down and 7. High, and it's caught. He's fighting. 4th and inches, and they'll settle for a field goal. As that kick is good. You really could have went for it there, but we're all tied up 10-10. Kennedy on the ground, and Roxy's got 5 on the play. 11 carries already for him. We know it's do or die for these guys, so we're going to run them into the ground if we need to. Anything for the playoff win. 5 yards for Leane. That's his 4th grab of the half. As Booker will throw again for Herndon this time. And another 1st down, so moving the ball pretty well. NIU going to go with Kennedy. Roxy's got 1 on the play, and it's 3rd and 8. As the blitz send in from Iowa State, they'll go and find Leane again to the 24. Leane, 77 on the game. Booker throwing. Booker, end zone, off target, and maybe had Leane earlier on in that play. Should have found him. As 3rd down and 7. This time he'll find Leane. 1 yard shy. It's 4th and 1. They're going to go for it. It's a bold call. It's risky, but Booker got it. Slides down, and with a minute to play in the half, can you score and give them no time? A screen to Leane. And just finding him every way we can. 5 yards out. Run for Kennedy. He's brought down. A loss of 1. Booker will throw. It'll be a screen. That'll just be nothing. It'll be a field goal try instead. Iowa State burns all their timeouts. They'll have a minute to play, but no timeouts. Down by 3. They take it to half, meaning we have a 13-10 halftime lead here. Leane, 7 targets. 7 catches, 89 yards at a touchdown, and coming up big in the big moments is Jalynne Leane, and maybe for the last time, but we still have 1 more half of football to decide this one, as Dollars will quickly throw and have it for his tight end. 8 yards on the play, 3rd and 2. Zollers, screen set up to the back, and not even gonna get there. Loss of 2, and the takeover for the Huskies now. Booker, he has a man downfield open. I guess he just didn't get to that read in time. You see, O'Meara, though, was wide open. Kennedy on the screen, 2nd and 18. They'll get the yards back, though, and more. 3rd down and 6. Kennedy, they were setting up the run to maybe go for it on 4th down. 4th and 3. That's right on the fringe. They're going to send the offense out. Big play. Wide open. Herndon. 1st down. That was a big call, but we want to win these playoff games. We want to play to win. We will play risky if we need to. It's what's got us here up until this point, and it's not going to be something that we shy away from now in these big moments. Booker will throw outside Kendrick. It's 4th and 1. Well, how about go for it again? Play action. Booker, though, they were ready for it. He had open men, but he did not have the time. Sacked by Iowa State, and that is where you ride high and you ride the lows, and you had the high of the conversion, and then you have the low of missing, as Iowa State now has a chance to tie this one up, as they'll have it 3rd down and 4, 38-yard line. It's a long-distance field goal range from here. Zollers will take a shot deep. Zollers picked off. Shaq Alba, senior safety. Alba with the pick, and we'll take it back at our own 18. What a play for the defense to come out here and get a turnover in a big situation and give us the ball right back. Kennedy on the carry, gets to the outside, and Roxy has 7 on the play. Under halfway to go in this quarter. Jalynne Leane with another grab. Leane just can't miss right now, as Kennedy is going to have 3 more. He's up to 72 yards. He's slowed down a little bit on his yards per carry, as Booker has got Jalynne Leane again. And that's the record for the most 100-yard games in a season. 13, including his 15th in the row. Roxy, he's got a big run for 100 on the day and a red zone opportunity. Booker got Marcus, and Taj Marcus for 6. As it'll go Kennedy's way again. Roxy's got 1st and goal. That's carry number 22 for him. Now to the air. Kennedy, swing it out. Touchdown, Roxy. We got the lead by 2 scores late in the 3rd quarter. And the playoff win. We can just It's so close. It's so close. Iowa State, though, they're 12-1 for a reason. They're one of the best teams the nation has to offer. And they are on the short list of teams who had won 12 games this year. Again, they're here for a reason. We're not going to start celebrating anytime soon, as the throw underneath, third quarter, just about finished now as 16 seconds to go. Zollers on the keeper. Zollers got the first down to the 38-yard line. Here we are, fourth quarter. One more quarter to play in this playoff game for a playoff victory. Zollers first down. As we're under 9 minutes already, it's been a long drive for this Iowa State team as they got another nice run. 3rd and 1. Zollers will throw it. It's caught. It's got past the first down marker and inside the 10. Zollers, he's going to have a design rollout. Open man in the flats. He's going to get couple of yards there. Just 2 is what they'll give him. 2nd and goal. You could really use the touchdown first, and that's incomplete. 3rd and goal. Iowa State for the touchdown. Can they find it? Yes, they can. Touchdown, Cyclones. 20-17 your score. NIU is just gotta hang on a little bit longer. They're gonna go deep. That's a risky one. You had an open man in the flats, and instead you try it in double coverage for Leane. Kennedy on the run. Nowhere to go. Roxy banged up on the play. 3rd and 10. As you don't want to go 3 and out here, but Booker, will it be? They're going to go for Leane. Oh, stepped in front. Picked off. Cyclones. You had it for Leane, but the defender makes a beautiful play on it. And you forced that one. Iowa State has it with a chance to tie. Run the football for the Cyclones, and they are now 28 yards away from the lead. Quick throw, got the first down, and inching closer. Almost in the red zone now. 2nd down, quick again, and another one. That's red zone now. 3rd and 5. Will they settle for 3, or will they get the lead? Zollers on the run. Oh, it's a touchdown! Touchdown for the lead, Iowa State! And with just under 6 minutes to go, Booker outside, Leane, and Jalynne for a 10th catch, 130 yards in the game. Kennedy up the middle. Kennedy is banged up, but he's playing through it. Play action as Booker will throw it. Deep ball, one-on-one. Oh, no! Picked off. Roxy hurt again. And the Huskies, this could be it. Not to fall like this. 4-yard loss. There's still time, though. 4.5 to go. Zollers caught. First down. More time coming off the clock here. And a quick throw again. That'll be 5 more yards. We're at the 3.5-minute mark. Zollers, 2nd down and 5. Over the middle, it's caught. And we'll run this thing down to 3 minutes. 3rd and 2. Passes caught. And we're out in a scary territory. 2.5 to go. Pass caught. We're going to be hitting the 2-minute warning. Huskies, you need to get off the field here. That's incomplete. 3rd and 8. Need to get off the field here for a chance. Pass incomplete, Huskies. They'll have one drive. No Roxy Kennedy, and they'll have no Seti Elmira really in this one too. He's banged up as well. Elena on the carry with 90 seconds to go, as we'll have it just about 70 yards away. Come on, Leane, first down and more. Leane trying to do everything he can as we're 52 yards away from a win. Booker goes to Leane again. That's just a yard though. We're at 60 seconds and we're missing our two of our 3 best offensive players. Booker scrambling. Booker out of bounds. He's only got a yard on the play. We need someone to come up big here. And guess who? Leane, first down at the 41. 45 seconds to play. And that ball sails out of bounds. Everything riding on these last couple of plays. Design rollout. It's trapped. Leane underneath. He can't do much with it though. Can't get out of bounds. We have to burn our first timeout. In motion now as Elmira checks back in for a play, and Elena in the backfield's gonna set us up. 4th down and 5. 4th and 5. Booker. He'll go Seti Elmira's way, and even though he's hurt. He comes up big. Seti with the grab. Elmira, he rushed himself back out there to try and do something because he could not stand sitting on the sidelines and watching us lose. Booker outside Herndon, caught out of bounds. 16 seconds, 16-yard line. Everything comes down to this. Booker end zone, tipped and incomplete. Just 11 seconds to go. Come on, Booker. Oh, he's got him. Floater. Jalynne. Leane. Touchdown with under 10 seconds to play in the playoff game. Leane, once again, one more time, is a hero, and we just have to survive 7 seconds, and we'll be out of here with the first playoff win in program history. Hail Mary for the finish. Zollers throws it as far as he can. It is incomplete. Huskies win it. Huskies are moving on to the second round. And a victory. Jalynne Leane, 15 catches, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns. And asking, why the heck was I not the Heisman winner, as we go to the rest of the round 1 games. Raquel Osgood and Michigan really came into this one as underdogs, but Raquel Osgood ran through this Miami defense, carved them up in a way that this Miami defense has not seen any time this season, or any season really, as Osgood goes and just stiff arms this defense. And even though Michigan was the 12th seed, this Big Ten is so stacked that just finding your way into the playoffs, they may have been a 3-loss team, but they're a dang good one. Raquel Osgood runs them to a 31-17 win over number 5 Miami. Meanwhile, we go over to another portion of the bracket. It's Cash Riley in a playoff game taking on a good Florida team in the SEC on the road. Riley started off this game not doing too bad as he finds it in the end zone for a touchdown. And I mean, it really looked like maybe Toledo can hang here, but Riley did have his misfires. He's prone to having some. But still, he was really coming out here as, you know, the biggest underdog in the playoff bracket. They were 20-point underdogs, but on 4th down in the end zone, no good. He had his team, though, set up with a throw like this. Cash Riley making special plays and making them into the end zone like that. But that seemed to maybe be like the last gasp of great plays that this team had in them. Ball got tipped there, intercepted, and once Riley started to make some mistakes in typical Cash Riley fashion, you know, one mistake compounded into 2 and eventually compounded into 3 as he hits a big play there to Enrique Saunders. But very quickly after that, Riley end zone picked off for his 3rd interception, and a valiant effort by Toledo, who got that group of 5 spot. They put up their best fight, wasn't enough though. 35-14, Toledo goes down. Riley 2 touchdowns, 3 picks in the playoff game, as we move to the other game where we don't have as much significance to really go into. TCU and Pitt was the other playoff game. Pitt wins 38-24, and our second round bracket looks like this. We have Minnesota in the first round bye, Wisconsin in the first round bye, a couple of these other teams in the first round bye, one of them being the number 1 team in the country, Georgia Bulldogs. And it'll be a brutal matchup as well. Florida State got the first round bye, so here we are. There's a reason Georgia is the number 1 team in the country. It's not just because of how talented they are, but they got some key players, some guys that we are very familiar with. Robert Morello, a star edge rusher that we talked about many years ago. He's got double-digit sacks for this team. Not only that, they pulled off the stunning transfer portal acquisition of Alabama's top guy. Sean Oden at cornerback had been at Alabama for a couple of years. We met Sean Oden, oddly enough, in the playoffs last year. So we're once again going to be meeting Sean Oden. This time he is at Georgia. So interesting that one of the top corners in the nation decided to move from Alabama to Georgia, and it's interesting that we get to play him 2 years in a row, and Georgia's defense is about as good as it gets due to those two and a bunch of other pieces. Can NIU pull off this massive win over the #1 team in the country, as Roxy Kennedy is beat up, banged up, but he's playing through it for his final career game potentially, as Jalynne Leane is going to have it out of bounds. I mean, the final career game could be now, it could be next week, it could be the week after that. We don't know. Any game could be the last one, as Booker has got 6 on the play. Cortez Cook hurt, so that's our best lineman down. Kennedy is not going to get far, and it'll be 4th down on a punt. Georgia's offense takes over, and Georgia's got 7 yards to start their drive off as they go with a run. And tackled for a 1-yard gain, 3rd and 2. Can we stop them here? No, we can't. And Georgia will get a 1st down. So already first couple of minutes have gone the way of Georgia on the 1st down inside enemy territory, as they got to stop and very quickly have turned things over to the NIU defense, where Alba's got the pick, and the senior safety has a pick in both playoff games. Shaq Alba coming up big, and we need big-time turnovers and momentum shifters like that to help us out. Here goes Martin Elena. Oh, Martin Elena. Big run. Martin inside the 5. Not quite the breakaway speed that he used to have, but Martin Elena with a massive run. Roxy banged up again. Elena checks back in. This could be a Martin Elena game, and what a time for it to be his time to shine. Elena up the middle. Nowhere to go, 4th and goal. Offense stays out there. We're playing risky. We're playing to win. Booker sacked. And Booker just didn't have much to do there, as, again, this is where the philosophy comes in. You're going to need touchdowns to try to beat the team, and it doesn't matter if it's 1st quarter or 4th quarter. We know that these points are all going to eventually add up in Georgia's offense. We're not going to be able to force turnovers every single possession, as Alba brings down the receiver for a gain of 20. 4 minutes to go in the 1st quarter, as in the flats they go tight end. It's going to get them about 5 on the play. And they go under center. 2nd down, running. And outside, gets away from a Ritz, but does have 3rd and inches. Sullivan gets him down, sneak it for the 1st. And they do have it. Shotgun formation. They set up the screen. Sullivan got in. Not enough to get the sack, though. And the running backs got 10 yards on a 1st. About midfield now as they clear out the backfield. Running back swing screen. Got blockers. 1-on-1 with the safety, Alba. And he's making people miss. And Stein couldn't take him down either. That's another 1st down. So the running back's getting involved now with deep shot. And the end zone. And incomplete. Alea couldn't bring in the pick. 2nd down and 10, as it's from the 37. They'll have it short for 3 yards. Can we get off the field, forcing a field goal try, as they'll throw corner route and caught on good, and in the red zone now. Georgia throwing outside, caught it down to the 1. Quarterback already over 100 yards in the 1st quarter, and it comes to an end with a touchdown. Bulldogs find the end zone, and Georgia has been on top of this one from the beginning, it feels like, as Booker to wrap up the 1st quarter outside. Elmira too far out of bounds. 2nd quarter starts off with a 3rd and 10, as they'll go, oh, it's all going to be intercepted! Tried to find Leane, they were sitting on it, and it's picked by the Georgia Bulldog defense. And both teams now have thrown a pick, and Georgia threatening to go up by 2 scores. It's not been a good one early on for NIU, as Georgia takes over at the 12-yard line. Play action. They will go to the air, outside, and receiver catch and run to the 6-yard line. They'll go halfway there, as it's now 2nd and 4. Quick bubble outside, got it down, and all over that one's Alea. It's going to be a loss, as now in the blitz they send him pressure, but he gets it out for the touchdown. Georgia 14-0 in the 2nd quarter. Roxy still banged up. Martin Elena with the carry. Oh, he's breaking away. Martin Elena, come on. There you go to the 20. Elena's got 100 yards on 3 carries. As Roxy checks back in, Kennedy, he's playing through a lot of injury right now, but he's putting his body on the line for this one, as Jalynne Leane, touchdown! Leane, no celebration. He's not going to celebrate down by 7. 14-7 your score. Deep ball is just heaving that one and into the defense, incomplete. 2nd down and 10 from the 18 as they'll run in the cutback lane. That was smooth, and they'll have a 1st down. That's just such good running from Georgia. 15 yards as they'll go back to the air angle route for the running back, and that's another 11 on the play. 6.5 to go. Ground game, wide open lane, 1 man in the open field, and he gets by Alba. Stiff arm and gets out of bounds. And this Georgia rushing attack looking so dominant right now, as the passing game will get him 3 there. Under 6 to go. 2nd down and 7. Screen left and not far. Just 2 yards on the play. 3rd down and 5. Georgia is going to go over the middle, and it's caught. Ritz just couldn't get that one knocked out. 9 yards away. Tight end in the flats is a touchdown. Georgia back up by 14. And I think we've used up a couple of our big plays because Martin Leane has already got 2 40-plus yard runs in this one. I don't know how much more we're going to expect from that. We need other players to start hitting big. Leane, we can lean on like that. We can know that he's going to come up with big plays. But how about Seti O'Meara? That's a big one. And to the 38-yard line. If we can go into half just down by 1 score, we wouldn't feel too bad about it. Martin Leane, I mean, what a time for him to get the biggest shine of his career right now. Basically having to be the de facto starter while Roxy Kennedy's nursing injuries, as Herndon has got to the 20-yard line. And back to Martin Leane as he gets a big run. Martin Leane! And maybe he's just feeling okay after all the injury trouble he has had. Quick throw, Jalynne Leane with his 2nd touchdown. Now we'll celebrate a little bit. He's starting to feel it a bit as it's a 7-point game again. 21-14. Throw is just sat on by a Ritz and broken up. Under 2 minutes to go as that throw is short to the tight end. Not going to get free this time around. 3rd down and 8. Georgia throwing. Georgia with time. Finds the receiver. He's reaching. No good for the 1st. And Georgia has to punt. Now we can maybe try to tie this one up. Go to Herndon. It's got a lot of room in Herndon. Got 20 on the play from the 29. Quick out. Jalynne Leane for another 1st. And here we go. Come on, Martin Leane. And Elena's going to hit a season high in carries in the 1st half as Booker is throwing for Herndon. Falls down just a couple of yards. 3rd and 4, 20 seconds to play in the half. As they go Herndon's way, it's short. 4th and 2, hurrying back to the line. NIU is hurrying up. Maybe going to see if they can try to draw them off sides. If not, take a field goal here as they... Oh, they got movement! They got movement! It's an offsides! Georgia will give us a chance to take a shot at the end zone with 11 seconds to play. Booker will go outside. Herndon, touchdown, and Georgia just made a huge mistake on the offsides. We're going into half all tied up. And if the way this game started, I don't think you would have expected that, but Georgia has just been in a battle with these Huskies now as they got the ball to start the half, and at the 48-yard line after one big run, they'll throw one wide open to the outside in the corner route. Georgia just takes 2 plays, and they find themselves in scoring range just like that. Screen off target, 3rd and 10 to the air. He's going to go over the middle for the 1st down. And they're at 200 passing yards. Shovel it to the tight end. This tight end has been all over the field for them. They are moving him around, giving him the ball in every situation as the running game going to get him down to the 3. Goal to go. They're going to go with the handoff and touchdown Bulldogs. Easy, perfect first drive of the half as Roxy Kennedy, you can see him. He's kind of hobbling, but he's got a double-digit yard run. As Kennedy will check back out and Elena in. Screen. Martin Leane. This is what he was waiting for, I guess. This was his opportunity as Kennedy checks back in. He's still running hard. He's still trying. But, I mean, we're just dealing with some injuries right now as Booker. Screen no good. Into the dirt it goes. 3rd and 1. They're going to go Martin Leane's way. He doesn't have it. 4th and 2, going for it. Don't want to pump this ball to Georgia. Booker on the keeper. Booker's got room, but no. There's a flag. There's a flag down, and this one's coming back. And you can't go for it on 4th and 12. You have to punt it away. Just a back-breaking play, and now Georgia's got it with the lead, and I get a little scared if it goes back to a 2-score game, but nice stop in the backfield there for a loss of 1. 3rd down and 3. It'll go outside, short of the line. They'll have to put it on 4th and 1. Big stop for the defense. Roxy, he's really trying to paddle through this brutally injured body of his right now. As Seti Elmira is got the 1st down. I mean, how much longer can Roxy even sustain a couple of more touches? Is Jalynne Leane. He's got 6 on that play. 3rd down and 3, Elena back in. They're going to flip it Elmira's way. He's got the 1st down. And Seti's got it to the 31. Looking for the tie. Kennedy on the ground. Kennedy fumbled! No, he took a shot! And he puts it on the ground! Georgia! Scoop! And score! Touchdown, Bulldogs! And Roxy just couldn't hang on. Elena now back in. Booker, that's a nice shot to Elmira there, as had that one under pressure, as Martin Elena having to maybe take home the rest of these carries, but a 1st down run is going to be off the board with a flag. This one's a block in the back on Herndon, so another brutal penalty. 1st and 7. I mean, there's that. As an open man down the field, Jalynne Leane. It's a little underthrown, and he's not going to get a touchdown. But Leane down to the 6. His 14th 100-yard game of the season. 16th in a row. Martin Elena, touchdown, Huskies. And it's 35-28. Georgia not able to put this Husky team away. Not yet. 3rd quarter winding out, and they got the tight end again. It's just running through this defense. And now the 3rd quarter, last play action, over the middle. He floats that one, and somehow it's caught by a Georgia receiver. 4th quarter underway now as the run, 1st down. 43-yard line, 2nd down and 8. They'll go play action, and they'll check it outside. He stays in bounds and gets yardage. Has about 5 on the play. 3rd and 3. It's long distance field goal range from here. They quickly check into the running back, and he loses yards. He loses 2, and they have to punt. No field goal for them. Roxy still doesn't want to come out of the game, but he's having to split carries at this point. 2nd down and 2. Is Booker. Dave Bowley's got him! Oh, it's Miles Kendrick! And Kendrick, we can look for the tie here. Elena on the carry. And Martin Elena has got 2 on the play. 2nd and 8. Booker. There you go. Elmira underneath. Open. And said he's got to the 22-yard line. Closing in on the red zone. And he'll have it right here. Jalynne Leane breaks off a tackle. Leane leaping, putting his body on the line for another 1st down. As they go Elena's way. Elena, not quite. His speed just not there anymore, but he's running hard. Booker outside! Leane! Touchdown! Jalynne has a hat trick in the playoffs against Georgia, and we're tied up. We're all tied with 5 minutes to go. We turn to our defense. It's incomplete. 3rd and 5. Can we get the ball here? No, it's caught, Georgia. 1st down. We're at 35-35 as Georgia's got another completion. This tight end just destroying us right now. 45-yard line. Quick throw. Not much there. 3rd and 8 after a 2-yarder as he's going to get another open man. Just enough for the 1st down. 300 passing yards now as they'll swing it out. Running back, they've done a lot of these swings. This one not going to work at all, though. Loss of 2. 3rd and 12, and they swing into the back again. They just want field goal range, but they cut a 1st down. With 2.5 to go. Georgia, completion, broken tackle, and it's going to be in the red zone now at the 2-minute warning. And can we get off the field here? Not quite, it feels like. He's got 10 catches for 79 yards. They're just grinding out these yards. 1:28 to go. End zone shot! Touchdown, Georgia! And they are able to find themselves on top with just a 1.5 minutes to go. Booker, offense, gotta do something here. Booker is just gonna get rid of it incomplete. They got to go 75 yards in the next 1:15. Booker short. There's Elmira. And that'll be a 1st down. Seti banged up now. This is just too much. As Leane over his head. 2nd down. as no Roxy, no Seti again for these clutch moments, as Booker throws it outside of Leane, and he gets out of bounds. 5 yards there, 3rd down and 5. Come on, offense gets it, and Leane first down. Jalynne Leane to about midfield. We are down to 50 seconds to go in the second round of the college football playoffs. Everything on the line here as Booker will have it. And he had a man open underneath. He wanted to take the shot, took too long. Instead, 43 seconds to go. He'll find a deep shot for Leane. Incomplete, just underthrew it. 3rd and 10, 37 seconds to go. Booker just checks it down, makes the 4th down try easier. 4th and 5. 32 seconds to go. Game on the line. Here's Leane. Got it. Leane. Oh, no. What? They called it no. They called no first down. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Leane. He clearly has the first down. He has it. And they say no. They say no first down. Not like that. 27 seconds to go, all the timeouts. NIU gets 1 stop, gets 2 stops. And on 3rd down, with 22 seconds to play, they do get the stops they need, but there's just 12 seconds to play. And Booker, what do you even do here? He's wasting the time. I mean, he can't get tackled. You throw it out of bounds. 6 seconds to go. Booker has to force one, and it's picked off. And Georgia will end the game with a pick 6. And this is ridiculous. What a terrible call to just crush NIU's chances of winning. That was not a stop. That was not a stop. It's a heartbreaking way to say goodbye to these players for the final time. Jalynne Leane puts up a crazy good game to end out his career, but we look at the rest of the playoff action because we still have more to cover here, as Comella in the second round is got a touchdown as he took on Pitt, and riding high off that win over his brother in the conference championship. He was coming out swinging, and he was not missing. Heisman winner, Big Ten champion, and now how about playoff winning quarterback J.J. Comella, as his Minnesota Golden Gophers had just on the backs of his incredible play taken themselves all the way to the semifinals, as Pitt really just stood no chance against this guy playing the best football of his life, as Comella to the air once again, just reeling in more highlights, more play extension, and another touchdown to go on ahead and win it. Minnesota takes it home 48-23, which means our Final Four is set for Minnesota, Georgia, and 2 other teams to be determined, as you get to see the Orange Bowl victory and the trophy hoisted by Comella and his team, as I'm definitely rooting for little brother JJ in this one. As we move ahead to the next one, it's TJ's turn, coming off a win over Cash Riley Florida Gators. They had their hands full going from Cash Riley all the way to now facing, arguably the best quarterback the nation has to offer in TJ Comella, as he kind of flipped that switch that he tends to do in his career when the playoffs and when the lights are their brightest. The multiple-time state champion in high school, and now, coming up as a runner-up for the first time in his career to his brother. I think it motivated him more than ever, because he diced up this defense for Florida 40-23, so both Comella brothers putting up 40 plus. It sets the stage for a historic Rose Bowl, Comella versus Comella one more time in the semifinals of the playoffs. As if it couldn't get any bigger between those two guys. They'll be playing in an even bigger game than the Big Ten title, as JJ, one more time. We'll cover that one. First, Raquel Osgood. Try as he may, he had another great performance against this Florida State team, but Michigan just not able to get the job done here. Pretty comfortable loss, 37-14, which sets up the Final Four. Michigan out and Florida State in. Florida State will take on Georgia. Minnesota takes on Wisconsin. And in this Final Four, to determine the national champions, I mean, hey, we'll have to just play unbiased here, despite how Georgia, beat us at the end. Georgia takes care of business over Florida State, 30-13. Georgia to the national championship, but to face who? Who will they be taking on? Well, you head over to the Rose Bowl, and maybe the most highly anticipated game that these two brothers will ever play. TJ versus JJ in the Rose Bowl. A huge matchup. I mean, the biggest matchup in this rivalry's history, in these brothers' history. And we'll get some extended action of this one because, hey, if there's any game we're going to really key in on, I think the final career game of one of these two is big enough because, hey, they're definitely going to the NFL. No need to play a senior season if you are JJ or TJ. No need to play another year if you're one of them. No need. They are certified top 5 draft picks. Whichever one, maybe goes first here is the question. But we'll talk about draft stuff maybe another time. As Minnesota 13-1, Wisconsin 12-2. Both of them swept the conference up until facing each other. As Comella starts off, it's JJ with the starting strike as he opens things up with a huge drive as he started off on fire, playing with that similar level of confidence that he had been in that Big Ten title game as he delivers for a touchdown. But not to be outdone was TJ as he played with a even bigger spark than he did in that Big Ten title game because for the first time, people had conversations. Is he not the better brother? Well, delivering plays that like Coco Reynolds and others will help really push the narrative back in your favor. TJ, meanwhile, had to sit and watch JJ do this on the ground, up the sidelines, doing things that only JJ can do. He ran out of steam, had to get out of bounds, but a big run from JJ. It got him a little tired, but still, his arm far from it as it's a on-target throw inside the 5, and to finish off the drive, up top and easy for the score, as Wisconsin now in the second half had to respond whichever way they could, and they did, as TJ finds his receiver coming across the field for a big touchdown. We were back to a neck-and-neck battle, but this time around, it was Wisconsin getting the football back after a stop, and Comella delivering a throw. It was low, but it was on target, and a first down as we hop in now in this quarter. 3:40 to go. Minnesota's up 25-24. Wisconsin's had to settle for a number of field goals, but JJ has done just enough to keep his team out in front by 1. TJ, meanwhile, will throw from the red zone, finds Coco Reynolds down to the 3, and now looking for the lead. They are going to be down at the 2 as Comella hands it off. Down again, Minnesota's defense playing strong as 3rd and goal. They don't throw it at all. They run it a couple of times, don't get it, and it sets the stage for a JJ Comella potential game-winning drive. 2 minutes to play. 27-25 and a big run for Minnesota's ground attack as play action. JJ will throw over the middle, over the head of his receiver, and slipping it off target as they'll run again. Not going to happen. 3rd and 9. JJ with one off-target pass. Can he redeem himself? Ball is going to be caught, but short. 4th and 5. And JJ, despite having such a massive performance, over 350 yards on this one, it could be all over right here. Minnesota, JJ to the air. He's going to throw it deep. And one-on-one, incomplete. JJ turns it over. TJ with the ball back, and it is 1 yard away. Stopped once again. 1 yard. All you need. Wisconsin wins it at the end. JJ, you won the Big Ten. Well, TJ won the playoff game, so even in your biggest victory, still almost feels like a bit of a failure, doesn't it? You won, and for a few weeks you were allowed to say, I finally did it. And just for it to be taken away from you. Now we go to the national championship. Comella versus Georgia as he finds Coco Reynolds. And Coco Reynolds, I mean, he's ending his career off in a big way as him and TJ have been hooking up for big plays all season. How about another one? Coco Reynolds touchdown. This was another high-scoring affair that Georgia put up. And even though they have this elite defense, when you're playing these elite offenses, it's hard to keep up as it's a touchdown there. Odin got beat, and it's going to be another score. JJ had to just sit and watch his brother in the national championship and root for him with this kind of half smile on his face because he felt like he should have been here, but instead, TJ is just electric, and a 34-31 score here with 2.5 minutes to go as TJ throws it out. Coco Reynolds on the screen, and Coco Reynolds looking to take it all the way, and he's down at the 8-yard line, and TJ looking to seal a national championship if they can find the end zone. He'll throw the bubble. He is down at the 1. 3rd and goal. TJ, you can see the performance he put together. Touchdown, Wisconsin. And Wisconsin's up 41-31 in the national championship. In Georgia, with just a minute and a half to go with no timeouts, is going to need a miracle to pull this one off. As everybody who's kind of neutrally spectating, we're biasly spectating. I mean, we're sitting on the sidelines having to choose between a Big Ten rival or the team that knocked us out of the playoffs. And for JJ, it's hard to root for your brother when your brother's also the one that stopped you from winning a national championship. So it's looking like Wisconsin's going to be able to pull this one off with 50 seconds to go if an onside kick isn't picked up by Georgia. 4th down and 4, though. They still have to score in the first place. They don't want to try a long field goal. They go for a deep ball. Tipped. Oh, what a catch off the tip. Touchdown, Georgia. An incredible play, but onside kick is picked up by Coco Reynolds. And Wisconsin is going to win the national championship. And a winner at high school, a winner at college, a national champion, a multi-time high school state champion. He has won at every level so far. And TJ Comella, and he's right back to shutting up the doubts of who is the better brother because he's the one raising the trophy at the end of the season. He'll take his talents to the NFL. His brother will take his talents to the NFL. Coco Reynolds and a plethora of other players will be headed to the NFL. But this season ends with a Big Ten team hoisting the trophy. It's not going to be NIU. It's not going to be Minnesota, not Ohio State, not Michigan. It's Wisconsin. And for a person in the Comellas, both of them really, who dreamed of going to Wisconsin, their home school, their favorite school, winning them a national championship kind of feels special, though it's got to be bittersweet for JJ. We take a look at the season stats as Marvin Booker took a little bit of a step up, upped in everything. Yards, touchdowns, lower picks, lower sacks, higher completion percentage, higher yards per attempt, was just a straight up better player than he was last year, and he'll have another year at the very least to show off what he can do for this team, as we're excited for what Marvin Booker's future looks like on this team, as he has already proven to be a pretty good quarterback, and you kind of seen what this team looked like without him out there. It was pretty rough going from, him to J.D. DeVoe, who, had his mistakes in that Illinois game. But you look at the run game, Martin Elena had 376 yards in his return season, and he eyes the starting job for next year. He saved his best for last. Georgia, 11 carries, 143 yards, and a touchdown. So, yeah, he saved his best for last, but we'll see if he can hold up as a team's starting running back next year, or will he have to battle it out? Fortunately, this is it for Roxy Kennedy. What a career he had. 3 1,000-yard seasons, including his final year in which he put up 1,600 yards, 17 touchdowns, and a cumulative total of 1,800 yard all-purpose in 19 touchdowns. He had a spectacular career and a spectacular season. I know he got beat up in the Georgia game and it was a little rough, but that doesn't take away from everything that he has done for us. Had almost 100 yards in all but 2 games. I mean, he was at 85 plus on all but 2 games. Roxy did some stuff in the receiving game. Kendrick was here for a while. Herndon did his thing, but Jalen Leane, I mean, I don't even know what else to say. What else do you even say about him? I think I've illustrated everything that Jalen Leane has meant to this team, everything that he has accomplished, everything that he has helped for this team, you know, in terms of taking them from in his first year, a 500 team struggling to win a bowl game to now a team that can win the playoffs, where his worst game of the season was 113 yards. He had 100 plus yards in every single game. He had 5 catches in every single game. He had 6 games of double-digit catches. He had a touchdown in all but 2 games. He very well could have won the Heisman, maybe should have won the Heisman according to some. That'll be for you to decide. And he leads as the all-time receiving leader in yards, touchdowns, 100-yard games, consecutive 100-yard games, 100-yard games in a season. Every imaginable thing that you can think of. Jalen Leane is going to go down in history, but maybe his story can continue. Maybe we'll get there one day. Maybe. It's not the only goodbyes we got to say. We also have to say some stuff on defense as well. Stuart Sullivan and company. We have guys like Frank Stye leaving. We have Baraka Rugamba leaving. A couple of really nice players for us, and one of them also being Shaq Alba, who has been, you know, a mainstay starting safety on this team. I mean, so many talented players. You can see both the Comella brothers, what they were able to do, just shy of 5,000 passing yards. JJ had 43 passing touchdowns. TJ had 47 passing touchdowns. But for JJ, what put him over the top to win the Heisman is 4,900 passing yards, 43 touchdowns, also adding 920 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. So that is a cumulative 5,800 yards and over 50 touchdowns. So I think you could see why he won the Heisman. Cash Riley had a really nice year as well, and had a spectacular season for Toledo to help bring them into the national spotlight. We'll see how things go for Toledo later on next season as well. I said that there was another running back that I would eventually talk about. Remember DeMar Coker, guys? DeMar Coker was a backup running back for this team that could never touch the field. He ended up transferring. He goes to Middle Tennessee and runs for 1,500 yards and 17 touchdowns. Our running back room was just stacked. I mean, he just comes out here and has a crazy season. Bobby Jennings, 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns. He's seen Raquel Osgood win for 1,700 yards. Coco Reynolds, coming off his injury from the previous year, has a massive season. We're taking a look at some of these other players who are going to be wrapping up their careers and won't be. Samuel Cabello, you know, he ends up turning into a 1,000 snap, no sack allowed type of player. Dieter Keaton has a step back season, only 700 yards, but a very productive receiver throughout his career. He'll be going pretty high in the NFL draft. Alani Varuna just ends his career as a very solid 4-year starting linebacker. Robert Morello, double-digit sacks, 19 tackles for loss. Sean Oden ends his career as one of the best corners in the nation. He'll be a high draft pick. Over at Purdue, 11 tackles for loss for the freshman Colton Malvin, to go along with Kaliko Hood, run-stopping edge rusher, who rotated in to get 7 tackles for loss. Dillard Humphrey at Ohio State, breakout for him, and some of the Big Ten corners did break out. Humphrey had 6 picks. Matthias Middleton, 78 tackles, 3 interceptions at safety from Minnesota, as well as Douglas McCoy, nickel extraordinaire, had 7 interceptions for his team, as Enrique Saunders as well, along with Cash Riley, at 750 yards. So we go to the transfer portal and graduation and everything. We only have one major player that's going to be leaving us too soon, and that's going to be J.D. DeVoe is going to end up transferring to try to find an opportunity to be a starter. But we say goodbye. Here is Jalen Leane. One last look at Jalen Leane before we say goodbye to him. It hurts. It hurts to say goodbye, but you can't play forever. And Jalen Leane, Roxy Kennedy, a couple of these guys will go pro. Dieter Keaton, the Comella brothers, obviously, are going to be going to the NFL draft. No surprise there. I don't think anyone expected otherwise. Sean Oden looks to be a high draft pick as well. And Jalen Leane was a first rounder. Frank Stye, second rounder. Roxy Kennedy, third rounder. Stuart Sullivan, fourth round. And we go Comella, both of them. Are you really surprised? First round. Coco Reynolds as well goes in the first round. Dieter Keaton probably slipped because of his down season, was still a day 2 pick. Sean Oden, first rounder. Don't think that is a surprise either. He is an incredibly talented player. And here is what we're looking at for the transfer portal. I'm going to quickly get through recruiting for you guys, wrap things up here, show you what the team next year is going to be looking like and where these key recruits are going to be headed. You already seen that Taylor Breeze ended up committing to us, so we will have him. And we end up with one other of the players, as well as we ended up with Kellen Coley. So of the 6 players that we did prospect highlighting on, Taylor Breeze and Kellen Coley. So we got the tanky running back and the coverage ball hawking safety to come over. We also got one of the top players in the entire transfer portal. You'll see a pretty crazy edge rusher in a moment. Hofrichter, I believe, is what we is how you pronounce his name. Yeah, he's a monster. We had the number 11 recruiting class in the nation, 29 players, and here we are with our entire class, and a lot of transfer portal success and a lot of high tier caliber recruits. We have a lot of players to replace, especially on the offensive side. Tim's as an athlete, got good stuff there. An elite development wide receiver as well. Star development D tackle, we'll take that. Star development at safety, it's a 1-year guy. And both those edge rushers, we're going to move them around a little bit. But Deshaun Timms, we're actually going to move to cornerback as an athlete. Leia has gone up to star development. And one other one as good, I mean, yeah, deserved. He was awesome for us this year. But here is what the team is looking like. A quick little run through before we go a little bit more in depth on them, as you could just kind of see what all of the upgrades were for our players. But then we'll kind of break things down, who the starters will be for this upcoming season and what the replacements are going to look like. You could see Hofrichter, yeah, that dude looks insane. But the wide receiver core is going to be an interesting one because we lost all 3 of our top receivers. We have just a bunch of unproven guys now. So let's take you through the starting lineups. Then we will tell you about the other players that committed around the country and the other key players that will be returning to college football. Martin Elena is going to get the nod to be this team's starting running back, though it's going to be tentative. Kellen Coley's going to see some action as a goal line short yardage back, and we're going to be excited to have him here. Athaya Obamanu, our return specialist, goes from kick returner to wide receiver 1. Jabari Boyette, who we brought in the transfer portal, had 900 yards for Texas Tech last year. And the third spot has to go to an unproven guy. Ben Tryon is going to get the nod there. And you can expect big things from Seti Elmira this season, as he is going to slot in as our number 1 overall target to go to. Cortez Cook looks to be maybe our best offensive lineman. We're happy to have him back for another season. Ty Demento is going to be looking pretty nice. We have a couple of guys at center. We're going to lean this direction. Nick Corley is going to be maybe our weakest link at offensive line, but still not a bad weak link to have, and Dylan Cologne. Now here's Jeremiah Hofrichter, one of the top players in the transfer portal. This dude is special. We're only going to have him for 1 year, but he is special. And this edge rush room could be better than ever. Prince Sarentine's going to be a starting at edge. And we also got one of the other top players in the transfer portal at edge. He's so good, though. Kyrie Seat, right? We moved him to off-ball linebacker. We're going to kind of be using him as like maybe our Micah Parsons role or a Frankie Louvu role or that type of role for a player. Lynn Bryan, a story from last year. He's going to be starting at inside linebacker. Shamir Good will be back again as a starter. Alex Westbrooks looks to be one of the best corners in the country. And we look to have one of the best secondaries in the country because Aurelius Aritz back for another season as well. Fully maxed out on his skill set. And getting the third spot is going to be up-and-coming second-year player Jalen Waller at nickel. Ramon Henry is going to be the 1-year fill-in for Shaq Alba. He's a great player, and we're going to be eventually looking for Taylor Breeze to be this team's starting safety down the line. And then our rock star, strong safety, best DB winner, Masarena Alaya, is going to be landing at strong safety. So Evander Vaughn ended up staying in state. He went to Indiana. Lewis Dills, how about Ohio State snagging another super talented wide receiver, and that could be the next in a long line of talented receivers. Everett Ivins ends up at Michigan, so stacking up that Michigan D-line. We'll talk about Michigan in a second. And Deepa Akir ends up at UCLA, but just going back to Michigan for a moment. Remember Julius Weston all the way back in season 1? He's finally climbed back up the depth chart and found himself as a starter again. On top of that, they got Derek Bile still, generational defensive tackle, and How about the best player in all of college football? Odds-on favorite to win the Heisman, Raquel Osgood. So, to no surprise, Michigan is the betting favorites to win the national championship next season. Carly Lenz hit the transfer portal, goes to Michigan State, and he'll team up with Javonte Byam at wide receiver. And Michigan State could be a little scary. Robert Morello, he may have lost his co-star Sean Oden, but Morello back for another season. Tyrone Austin at Baylor is going to try to lead this Bears team to the playoffs. We'll be seeing Baylor potentially, as we'll get to the schedule in a moment. Purdue, they got something cooking down there. Kaliko Hood and Colton Melvin, a nice D-line duo, and we'll be, seeing what Purdue has to offer. Najee McBrien at Alabama, still doing his thing at linebacker, as well as Matthias Middleton for Minnesota. World of college football is still pretty rich on running backs as well, but secondary is also pretty rich with Dillard Humphrey, who had 6 interceptions last year for Ohio State. Bobby Jennings decided to stick around at USF, and he is going to be one of the better running backs in the nation. Douglas McCoy, Indiana could be a little scary, especially if Vaughn gets out there early on in his career. Tobias Azur for Ohio State as well, someone we were really after. He's going to get some opportunities. And Cash Riley, his redshirt senior season, he was able to, when he first transferred, kind of snake an extra year of eligibility. Well, he's back at Toledo one more year, and he'll be teamed up with Enrique Saunders, who looks to have a big season. And how about J.D. DeVoe? He ends up landing at USC, and he is going to be their starting quarterback. So let's take a look at the schedule here and wrap things up. We have been invited to play in the kickoff game against a ranked top 10 team. Texas will be taking on Baylor. Tyrone Austin will be taking on Toledo, Cash Riley, and will be taking on USF. So taking on Bobby Jennings. We have a rematch against Nebraska for the season. Rutgers, Ohio State, Wisconsin coming off the national championship, and taking on J.D. DeVoe at starting quarterback before wrapping up against Michigan State. So a really fun, eventful schedule, and we're not going to waste any time next season as we play in the kickoff matchup in a neutral site game against a top 10 opponent. I hope you guys all enjoyed this one. This was a lot to put in, a lot of effort for this one. It was a big culmination season, with Jalynne, Leane, Roxy Kennedy, and all these other players. I really hope you guys all enjoyed. Like, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to see maybe the stories of these players continue on, maybe we can do that. But like I said, all support is much appreciated for the effort that goes into these videos. So like, comment, and subscribe. Hope you guys all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys for season 6 in the next one.